All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated. Madam Court Officer, please call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is file case CBC 2020-06. The Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Selim, and Jakub Krasniqi.
Good morning, everyone. I note that the accused are all present in court today. We will start hearing the evidence of Thaçi defense witness 1DW006. Judge Mitro is appearing via video link today. First, as a reminder, in filing F03468, the panel authorized certain measures under Rule 107 for the present witness, including that 1DW006's witness statement forms the basis for his wider evidence, and that the scope of cross-examination of the witness should be limited to the scope of direct examination, as well as issues or questions of credibility. That the witness's testimony be moved into private session if a risk of inadvertent disclosure or sensitive or classified information arises. That the witness may decline to answer questions on the ground of confidentiality. The panel will not entertain questions that cannot be shown to be clearly linked to matters authorized by Rule 107 provider and relevant to the case. Where queried on this point, the questioning party should be ready to state how certain lines of questioning fall within the scope of Rule 107 authorization. Madam Court Officer, please bring the witness in. Good morning, witness.
Good morning.
The court usher will now provide you with the text of the solemn declaration that you are asked to take pursuant to our Rules of Procedure for 141, paragraph 2. Take a look at it and then read it aloud.
Conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility, I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge.
Thank you, witness. You can be seated now.
Thank you.
Witness, today we will start your testimony, which is expected to last approximately 2 to 3 days maximum. As you may know, the Thaçi defense will ask you questions first, and then the remaining defense teams, and once they are finished, the SPO has the right to ask questions of you. Members of the panel might also have some questions for you. The Thaçi defense estimate for your direct examination is 4.5 hours. The remaining defense teams will take approximately 2.5 hours. The SPO estimates that it will need 4 hours. As regards each estimate, we hope that counsel will be judicious in the use of their time. The panel may allow redirect examination if conditions for it are met. Witness, please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances that you will be asked about. Please also speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question, and then speak at a slow pace so the interpreters can catch up. During the next days while you are giving evidence in this court, you are not allowed to discuss with anyone the content of your testimony outside of the courtroom. If any person asks you questions outside this court about your testimony, let us know immediately. Please stop talking if I ask you to do so, and also stop talking if you see me raise my hand. These indications mean that I need to give you an instruction. If you feel the need to take breaks at any point or wish us to repeat anything, please make an indication and an accommodation will be made. We begin first with the questions from the Thaçi defense team. Please give them your attention. Ms. Cavacoli.
Your Honour, before I begin, is the witness aware that Judge Matreau is attending via video link?
I am aware.
You can see him on your screen when he speaks. Not now,
okay.
when he
Thank you.
speaks.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr Duncan.
Good morning.
We've met before. My name is Nina Tavakoli and I'm co-counsel for Hashim Thaçi. Please could you tell the court your full name?
My name is John Stewart Duncan.
And can you please tell the court your date of birth?
17 April 1958.
Sorry, I've realised I've got to slow down already.
I
We're both
apologise.
speaking in English and there's a simultaneous translation. What is your nationality?
French and British.
What is your occupation?
I am retired. I was a diplomatic service officer for 38 years, former British ambassador and territory governor.
And please can you give the court a sense of the arc of your profession and experience, the edited highlights, if you like, about the types of positions you held in that 38 years, geographical locations, and so on, so we can get a sense of your expertise.
Certainly, it's a long list, I'm afraid, so I will try to be brief. I served overseas in Paris twice, in Khartoum, in Albania, in Brussels twice, and in the Falkland Islands as governor briefly, and as governor for the British Virgin Islands in the Caribbean. My posts across that spectrum were heavily politico-military affairs. So I was in the delegation in NATO in 1993, dealing with the deployment of European police force in Mostar. I was involved previously in the deployment of European Community Monitor mission on the Albania-Kosovo border. It's a long list, and I concluded with my politico-military career in being ambassador for arms control and disarmament at the United Nations, based in Geneva and New York. I can amplify if you have any further questions, but it's a very long list, I'm afraid, for 38 years.
Thank you. And when you say political military affairs, what do you mean by that?
In the diplomatic service, we tend to have specializations. So mine was naturally down that area because I had been, in my undergraduate degree, I had studied strategic affairs, so the theory of military and strategy. Then when I got into the diplomatic service, I gradually moved into that area. So it's the area where we are working with the military covering the political implications of military operations, preparations, and indeed the wider strategy. So I was I was deputy head of department of what was called Security Policy Department in 1998 on the first Strategic Defence Review, which is what sort of forces do we need. But also I moved into more operational context in my appointment as a political advisor to NATO's Supreme Allied Commander from 1998 to 2001.
Thank you. Now, within that professional experience, you touched on it. Did you have experience working on or in Balkan, countries of the Western Balkans? And if so, where?
Yes, I was in the Balkans more widely. As I said, I was involved in the deployment of the police operation in Mostar, but I was also the first British diplomat to go back to Albania after 46 years of it being closed, and I set up the British mission there in 1992. I also was, when I was in London, as part of the Security Policy Department responsibilities, I sat in on the meetings because that was the height of the Bosnia War. So I had fairly extensive experience of the Albanian and the wider Balkans problems.
And what year was that you were sitting, or years that you were sitting in the Security Policy Department?
That was immediately prior to deployment with NATO, so that was in 1998.
Thank you. And have you, over the course of your career, received any awards or recognition for your work, and if so, what?
I was awarded the OBE, the Order of the British Empire, for my work in Albania, and I was awarded the NATO Kosovo Medal and the US Army's Outstanding Civilian Service Medal for my work in Kosovo.
Thank you. And I'd like to now move on to your education. What institutions were you educated at from degree level and above?
So my degree was in international relations, but specializing in strategic affairs, international law, and EU law. I was also at the Sorbonne University in Paris prior to that, the Diplôme de Civilisation Française, and I was also at the NATO Defence College in 1992, which is the staff college for NATO.
How long did you study at the NATO Defence College?
It's a 6-month course.
And why did you attend that?
I asked to attend it. I was due to go to a posting in Brussels, and I asked to be one of the very few civilians that get to go to that course and go with mostly lieutenant colonels and colonels who are going to be identified for promotion. And therefore I asked to attend that. I was accepted, and it was a very good preparation for my subsequent career.
Why did you think attending that would help you in your career?
Well, it would give me more practical focus and the opportunity for 6 months to work with military officers, senior caliber, who would be going on to future senior jobs, and to draw on their experience and to know them as people rather than simply to study books, but to actually talk to people who had served and were serving and were going to serve. So it would give me a background which was, to my view, quite unique.
Given your professional experience that you've just told the court about and your studying at the NATO Defence College, would you say that you understand how militaries work and military concepts?
Yes.
Now I'd like to move on, please. What were you doing between August, where were you working, between August 1998 until December 2001?
I was the political advisor, the British political advisor to NATO's Supreme Allied Commander, General Wesley Clark, and his deputy, General Sir Rupert Smith. It was a position known as INTAF, International Affairs. Military love their acronyms. And it was role for the court perhaps to understand that political advisors, known as POLADs, again an acronym, were very common in the Second World War. Only the United States continued with the process of having diplomats embedded with senior military commanders. The British discontinued after the Second World War and then reinstituted the appointments in the Balkans War and the Bosnia War, and I was the second person to carry out that function in Strategic Headquarters in Mons.
And did the United States have a political advisor within this unit at this time, and if so, who was it?
It was my immediate superior, Minister Michael Durkee.
Thank you. In brief, what did your role entail?
The role is essentially to advise military commanders on, obviously, the diplomatic and political considerations which may apply to a military operation, but to provide them with regular briefings on what's happening in the regional context, the international context, and to give them advice on how they should respond and how that might affect operations. Similarly, our role would be to provide briefings if they were meeting political leaders. As in the Kosovo conflict, they met very frequently, so I would provide a briefing for the areas that I was responsible for. I would perhaps take notes, well, generally I would take notes, and I would usually do the first draft of the General's report back up to Secretary General Solana on the meetings that he had had.
And which areas were you responsible for in
Given
the context
my,
of Kosovo?
sorry, I'll speak slower.
No, it's my-
Given my experience in Albania, I covered the Kosovar aspects. My colleague Mike Durkee, who had been there for some years before me, had also a very good knowledge of Serbian matters. So essentially we split Serbia and Kosovo between us, I doing the Kosovo side, he doing the Serbian side. We did much wider meetings, so I would go to I would go with the generals when they went to Bosnia, for example, which we did fairly regularly to meet commanders, or, for instance, Portugal or other NATO allies. I would attend, and we split the world up gradually, basically on between us, so that drawing on our own expertise.
And when you say you dealt with Kosovo issues, what specifically did you deal with?
Pretty much across the board. I had built up an understanding of how Albanian society worked. It was my job when I was in Albania to understand that. I was obviously interested in it as well. This was a country which had been closed off for 46 years, so I made it my business to really try to understand how did this society work. It's the fundamental part of being a diplomat. Our job is to explain back to our capital what is this society, how does it function, what are the levers of power, how do you influence them, how might they be difficult to us. That's fundamentally what a diplomat does, to explain the complexities of the society back to your capital. So I drew on that experience, but obviously there was another aspect which was, I'm sure the court is aware of this, but the idea of a greater Albania had worried the international community for some considerable time, and when Albania came out of a dictatorship, that focused minds. And so they wanted to know what was the relationship between Albania, and Kosovo, Albania. So obviously I had to look at that question and talk to people and try and understand and advise people back in my capital. Is this a reality? How might it happen? Are there differences between the Albanians and Albanian Kosovars? And how do they think?
And how did you conclude that the Kosovan Albanians thought?
The obviously the Kosovo Albanians had been subject to essentially an apartheid during the Serbian Milosevic's era, where they had been excluded from government, from the public service, and gradually, as we saw, this ramped up into essentially, in the end, ethnic cleansing. But they were quite different to Albanians. In fact, to my view, there wasn't a lot of love lost between the two. This might be because, and I'm speculating, I appreciate, but it's my opinion. Albania is divided quite roughly into three areas. The north, where it is as people understand Albania, obviously the public, they talk about, the blood feuds and clans and things like that. And that is a dominant part of the history and the culture of northern Albania. Middle Albania is slightly different, there's a mix, and southern Albania is heavily influenced by Greece. So a lot of ethnic Greeks in that part. So it's not a homogeneous society anyway. The Kosovo side of it, a lot of them had come from northern Albania. So the concept of honor, the more, how can I say? I think the blood feud, the kanun, as a basis to society, a way of thinking. So to give you an example, I'm a Celt, I'm a Scot. The first thing that we do, and Bretons, also Celts, do when we meet someone else is we try to find out, who's your family? Am I related? And that's the way they think as well. It's a similar way. It's not that we're dominated by the fact that we have these historical family links, but they're part of who we are. And that was very much what I saw. I saw echoes of that process. When a society becomes under threat, those pressures and links become more profound. And you could see this in parts of the United Kingdom have had problems where blood is thicker than water. So if you are all family, okay, I trust this person because he's one of us, or she's one of us. That way of thinking was quite common, and I could observe it, and I could understand it. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, it does. So going back to your specialism being Kosovo, did it cover the Kosovo Liberation Army and the Provisional Government of Kosovo or not?
Yes.
Now, in order to advise General Wesley Clark and the commanders, what sources did you draw on to give your advice?
A wide range of sources. Perhaps if I was, with your permission, to give an example of a common day during the conflict, it might explain what that was.
Yes, please, that would be helpful.
So an ordinary day for me would be focused on the briefing for General Wesley Clark at 7:30 in the morning. It would take me 45 minutes to drive down there, so I had to do quite a bit before that. So what I would generally do, I would get up, the first thing work-wise, I would go onto the internet and I would read all the information that I could find on the internet about what had happened in the past 24 hours, politically and operationally, obviously. But mostly politically, that's what I'm looking at.
Is this in relation to Kosovo? Because that's
Yes.
what we're focusing on.
Yes.
Thank you.
I would then listen to the 24-hour news, and then I would get in the car and I would drive down and I would listen to the BBC World Service as I drove down. When I got into the office, I would read all the diplomatic cables over the evening that had come overnight. I would read the monitoring services, which might pick up other things that I'd not spotted, and I would read any intelligence assessments that had been made. We would then go into the meeting. I would brief General Clark. We would then go together into briefing our operational commanders by video conference down in the field. Then throughout the day, I would be looking at cables as they came in. I'd probably be talking to people that I knew, either Albanians from my time in Albania, journalists, NGOs, think tanks, a wide variety of people to get as much information as I could to put together the picture as it is. And as the court knows, I'm a dyslexic, so I think in pictures and I think in patterns. So I would be putting together this pattern of what was happening, what were the dynamics, what were the momenta happening during the course of the past 24 hours. And I would draw on that. The other thing I should forget to say was that we would also talk, Mike Durkee and myself, we would share that information before going to see General Clark. So he would have the US information, and I would have the British source information, and we would put that together so that we would go in and give him a complete picture of this is what's happening, this is the decisive moments that you need to react to, these are the strains that you need to take into account. And then that process would go on throughout the day of me expanding those contacts and information and just keeping a rolling brief of how the whole situation politically and militarily was operating.
Thinking, I don't know if you can answer this, but did you have insiders in the field giving you information?
I regret I cannot answer that question.
Thank you. Now, did your understanding of Kosovan Albanian culture inform your understanding of the KLA?
Yes.
In what way?
In a wide variety of ways. In general terms, we're talking rather than specifics.
Yes.
In general terms, one could observe the family clan links. You could see the influence of Jashari.
What do you mean by that?
In that, in the key players, certainly in the early days, I'm talking about August 1998, had links, whether family or locality. They certainly had links with Jashari, and you could spot it. When you saw a profile of who were the key players, you could see Jashari's name popping up all over. So that was obvious that was a part of it. But they were a very heterogeneous group of people, and they came and they evolved.
What do you mean by saying that they were very heterogeneous?
The composition of the major players, particularly as the ethnic cleansing accelerated, was very multifaceted. So, to give you a concrete example, you had people who had been JNA regular soldiers. You had people who had been lawyers. You had people who had been doctors. You had people who had been journalists. You had other people whose families had been abused. So their motivations for taking up arms were quite distinct and different. Does that help?
Yes, it does. And were there women fighters in the KLA?
There were indeed. They were often women who had been sexually abused, and they, for an Albanian woman to be sexually abused is a terrible thing. You have to remember that we call it a Muslim society. It's not that Muslim. The Albanians used to describe to me that they were people who were Muslims who would cross themselves when they went past the church. So it's not an Islamic society in the way that one sees in the Middle East. But the issue of honor was very, very important, and is very, very important to Albanians. And for a woman to be dishonored like that would be a terrible thing. And so, what was the future going to hold for this woman? And I met several of them in theatre, and they were quite remarkable people.
And when you were at SHAPE and when you were working with K4, how well did you feel that your international colleagues and the international community, you'll have to define who they are, understood this distinctness of the Kosovan Albanian culture?
It's always said that every army fights the last war, and this was certainly something that I could observe, that in many cases people thought, and I even heard one foreign minister say to General Clark, well, this is Bosnia, isn't it? Well, of course, it's not Bosnia. It's a completely different conflict. The war is not about the Bosnians and the Croats fighting each other. It's an oppression by a state of an ethnicity which isn't a state. So quite a different situation. The other problem, which we will perhaps come to later, was that the international community, media, public opinion, commentators, the military, diplomats, really did not understand the complexities of Albanian society. They thought of them as, to use a colloquial term, a hotbed of criminals. And to my mind, this was a very fundamental misunderstanding and would cause serious problem in, it was basically untrue anyway, but it would cause a very unfortunate dynamic to happen. In my opinion and experience, the Albanians are a very resourceful and self-sufficient people. And the international community simply did not understand that sense of entrepreneurship, resourcefulness, and that resourcefulness, if it is not allowed an outlet into legitimate business, will find other outlets. And the fact that Albanians were very effective criminals is not surprising, because they are, by nature, a resourceful and self-sufficient people. So the answer to the problem is not just to clamp down, it is to find outlets for them to express that resourcefulness in a more productive manner. And if one has ever met, subsequently years afterwards, Albanian businessmen, they are extremely good businessmen and women. So this was the problem that I was confronting, was that the international community, as we have explained who they are, they had a very poor estimation, in both senses of the word, of the Albanians and the Kosovars. That's really not helpful if we're trying to deal with a people that we are going nominally in to protect.
When you were describing earlier, just to be clear for the record, you were talking about Albanians. Did you mean Albanian Albanians or Kosovan Albanians?
I meant Albanian ethnic Albanians. It is the nature of ethnic Albanians, whether they be in Kosovo or in Albania proper.
So it applies to both
Yes.
communities. And you mentioned early, I think you did anyway, this canon. Did you mention that?
Yes, I did mention the canon.
Can you just briefly explain what that is and the extent to which that informed your understanding of the KMA, if at all?
Canon is very old, it's medieval lexicon, which is based around honor, and it is really the same as the biblical eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. It's the same idea, and it was very dominant in northern Albania. As I said earlier, when a society is under pressure, these old ways of behaving do tend to become stronger. So when I was in Albania in 1992, I visited the north, again as part of getting the European community monitors up there, and I talked to the police chief, and I said, it must be quite hard up here, because it's quite a lawless part of the world. And he said, well, it's actually quite easy. I don't have to do very much, because they sort it out themselves, and you know what the kanun is. So that shows it's an example of how something that's part of one's society, one's way of thinking, under pressure, will become much stronger. And so the idea of honor was very, very important to the northern Albanians and the Kosovars as well. There's a society under pressure, considerable pressure. Does that help with the question?
It does. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now I'd like to play a video, please. Can we please bring up P02519? It should come up on your screen, Mr. Duncan. And if we can just...
With transcript or no?
no, I think the video's fine. Just play it till I say stop, please. Thank you. With the sound up, I don't know.
I will date it. It says no date. 21st. All right. What much indeed. Good.
Thank you. And can you stop the video and it can come down? What is that video of, Mr. Duncan?
That is the signing of the Utica undertaking to demilitarize on the very early morning of the 21st of June 1999.
And who did you recognise in that video?
The defendant, Mr. Thaçi, General Jackson, the late General Jackson, General John Reith, and myself.
Thank you. Actually, maybe should we put it back up so you can identify yourself? Sorry, I was too keen. If we
You
go
can stop
there,
it
if you
there.
just pause it there, can you just show us who's there?
Oh, it's General Reith on the left, myself in the white shirt, General Jackson in the middle.
Could the speakers please be asked to make pause between question and answer and to speak more slowly so we can translate everything that you are saying? Thank you.
On the left is General Reith in the red beret. I am there in the white shirt and the red tie. Then in the next person in camouflage uniform is General Jackson. And then we have, holding the paper, Mr. Hashim Thaçi.
Is it possible to take a screen capture of this and then Mr. Duncan can mark it up, please?
You like?
Yeah, could you just put the names by the people, please? Then we'll save that as an exhibit.
Can I?
Yes.
As a dyslexic, I will find you'll get
No.
the spellings all wrong. Can
No,
I
that's
just put
fine.
1, 2, and 3?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. So for the record, this is 1. That is General John Reith. This is 2. That's myself. This is 3. It's General Mike Jackson. And this person here is 4. That is Mr. Hashim Thaçi.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honour, can I tender this as an exhibit separately, please?
The screenshot, any objection?
None, Your Honor.
Screenshot as marked will be admitted. Please assign a number.
Your Honours, that would be assigned Exhibit 1D 382.
Thank you. It can be taken down.
Just a moment to save it, please.
Now, please can you tell the court why you were there?
Yes. I was there because I wrote the undertaking.
Thank you. Now, where and when did the idea for the undertaking originate?
The idea for the undertaking came out of my discussions with General Mike Jackson while he was negotiating the Kumanovo Accord with the Serbs.
And can you tell us what Mike Jackson said to you, what those conversations were?
Yes. If I might explain why I was talking to him.
Yes?
So as I described, Mike Durkee would cover Serbian issues and I covered Kosovo issues, but we would also backfill for each other. So while Mike Durkee was down with General Jackson in Kumanovo doing that military technical annex agreement, I was back in Brussels, and my role was to follow what was happening in Washington and other capitals in order that, because of the time differences, what kept happening was they would agree something, finish their discussions for the day, it would go back to capitals, and capitals, as they do, would start wanting changes. And those changes probably wouldn't come down to Kumanovo until the following morning. And this was causing real problems. So my job was to keep track of what was going on in particularly Washington with the biggest time difference and other capitals, and talk to Mike Jackson in the evening and say, right, this is the way things are going. These are things you can expect to come and hit your desk first thing in the morning, so that he would be ready to deal with those changes and not be surprised by them.
We'll just take a pause there for the translators.
Okay?
Yeah.
In these conversations, General Mike Jackson said to me that he was very concerned that he had no mechanism to deal with the Uchika, who were around about 20,000 guerrilla fighters. He was about to deploy into Kosovo, and yet there was no mechanism similar to the military technical agreement which would allow him a framework in which to deal with and have a relationship with the Uchika. And both of us were aware of the historic parallels of an army being sent in or being in position ostensibly to protect a population and ending up fighting them, notably the Palestine Mandate for the United Kingdom in the 1940s. So he asked me, is there anything that we can do about this? And I said to him that I had been in contact with my capital in the preceding month, so in April and March, that would be May. I had been in contact with them urging that we needed to have a better understanding of how we were going to deal with the Kosovo people and the Kosovo army, a liberation army, and I had to say to him that I was not making a lot of progress. I therefore said to him, I have a background in international law. I think I can put together something that will suit your purposes. Would you agree? And he said yes.
Did you have to get agreement from anybody else other than Mike Jackson to begin drafting?
Not to begin drafting. It's the nature of diplomats to try and anticipate what's going to come. But I did, once I had a draft, I had to get agreement in order to proceed.
And when did you have a draft?
I had a draft ready during those negotiations, so they ended on the 10th of June, I believe.
I think the 9th.
On the 9th.
Yeah.
On the 9th. So my draft was ready on the 9th, that's correct. My draft was ready on the 9th. But I had been discussing it with my capital and the outline of what it would say and what it would do in the periods while I was speaking to him in the evening. I would be speaking to them in the morning about how this might work, what we would base it on, and I spoke to my capital and Washington.
When you say your capital,
Sorry.
who in your capital?
I was
Yeah.
who in my capital?
Yeah, or where is your capital?
Well, I meant the Foreign Office in London.
Thank you. Now, and then, who did you need to get authorization from once you had a draft?
Well, there are two aspects to your question. One is the legal mandate in order to engage in a negotiation, and that came from UNSCR 1244, which instructed Commander K4 to demilitarize the UCK. So that was the legal mandate, but there's also the political mandate to carry it out. And that I got from Washington, from London, and from Secretary General Solana. Of course, I did the Secretary General Solana part via General Wesley Clark.
So, just so I understand, Security Council Resolution 1244, that authorizes you to enter a negotiation?
It authorizes COM-K4 to do so. Well, it gives him the legal basis for doing so.
And what about the Rambouillet agreement? Was there a relationship between that and what you were doing?
Yes. The problem, if I can digress into the legal problem
Okay.
that was confronting us. There were various statements and decisions at international level culminating in UNSCR 1244. Rambouillet is one. The G8 Statement of Principles is another. And the first two, the Rambouillet talks about, and I can't remember the exact wording in detail, but it talks about paramilitary forces not being compatible with this agreement. The exact wording is, I can't recall it immediately.
Mr. Duncan, did you give a statement to us on the 24th of August 2025?
I did.
Did you detail this
I did.
in your statement? Your Honour, please may I request under Rule 1431 to bring up the statement so Mr. Duncan can refresh his memory of the specific legal
Yes.
provisions.
Yes, go
Thank
ahead.
you. So please can we bring up DHT 11893 to DHT 11909. And it is paragraphs 14 to 18. Mr. Duncan, if you'd like to read those, and you can have them on your screen. and then you can answer my question.
Thank you. That helps me a lot. Okay, yes, this is much easier, I hope, for the court to understand. So the Rambouillet interim agreement implies that the UÇK would be disbanded because it says, quote, paramilitary and irregular forces in Kosovo are incompatible with the terms of this agreement, unquote. That's fine as a declaration of principle. It doesn't say how that is to be achieved. Then we get further on in the agreement, it says, to establish a durable cessation of hostilities other than those forces provided for in this chapter, under no circumstances shall any forces remain within Kosovo without the prior consent of KFOR Commander Com KFOR. For the purposes of this chapter, forces include all persons and organizations with military capability, including regular army, armed civilian groups, and paramilitary groups. I hope that's not too fast for the translators.
I think they'll tell us if...
Okay, so...
Do you want maybe pause just to see? Okay, go on.
So let's... Again, it's fine for a statement of overall intent, and it is fairly clear what is meant, but it doesn't say how is this going to be achieved. So we go down further down if we could. As I say, paramilitary forces and irregular forces were assumed by everybody to include the two main known organizations, UÇK and FARC. Can we go down to the UNSCR?
Yes, next page, please.
Okay.
I believe that's paragraph 21.
Sorry, thank you. That's helpful.
Thank you. So we get to the UNSCR 1244, paragraph 9, which states that it's decided that the responsibility of the international security presence to be deployed and act in Kosovo will include, so responsibilities will include demilitarizing the KLA, Kosovo Liberation Army, and other Kosovo Albanian groups as required in paragraph 15 below. So that gives the authority to Com KFOR to do that, but it doesn't tell him how to do it. And nobody had suggested how this was to be done, and that was his concern. The other, paragraph 22, is a slightly different point. Perhaps you want to come back to that later.
Yes.
The problem, or the challenge for us was that in a military operation, you have the legal authority to do something, an act of war, you declare war, you go to war. But in a peacekeeping operation, such as this, or in Bosnia, you need something below that. In normal senses, you have a treaty, you have implementing legislation. In a military context, you have an authority to go to war. What you need then is rules of engagement. And I spent a lot of time at SHAPE as part of my responsibility arguing about what the rules of engagement should say. And the rules of engagement tell the commanders under what circumstances can you use lethal force and how must you do that. So to give you a concrete example, it will say something like, if you see enemy forces in the distance, you may open fire. Or it will probably say you may not open fire until they fire at you. And then there's the other one in peacekeeping, which comes up all the time. You see enemy forces attacking civilians, you're not allowed to do anything until they shoot at you. And that was, as you will all know, one of the major problems in the Bosnian conflict. That the rules of engagement did not allow the UNPROFOR troops to engage effectively when they just saw something. They had to have, it was in self-defense. So rules of engagement are given to the commanders and very often will be cascaded down to ordinary soldiers so that they will probably have a little card most often they will, which will say, these are the rules of engagement, known as ROE, and you can only do this in certain circumstances. Now, this part was totally missing from the legal architecture of how to deal with the KLA.
Okay, that's very helpful. And when you were drafting the undertaking, did you use any models? Or
I
how
did.
did you go about that, in brief?
Yes, I'll try to be brief. As someone who'd grown up in Africa, and I had worked in areas of Africa in my professional career, I was well aware of the way that at the end of the Rhodesian conflict, the Lancaster House Agreement, 1979, there was part of that which dealt with demilitarization of the guerrilla armies, Zipra, Zanla, and the others. So I asked somebody who had been involved in the Commonwealth Monitoring Force, how had that worked? Had it been effective? And he said, yes, it had been effective. It had brought the guerrillas in a managed and controlled way, and they had been able to be reintegrated into society in various ways. It was then retested in Namibia several years later. With that as my basis concept, I merged that with various parts of Rambouillet, various parts of the Serbian military technical agreement, and with those documents, I essentially created what became the undertaking.
Thank you. Now, what was the overall aim of the undertaking?
It's quite... the overall aim of it was to make to allow a controlled, responsible demilitarization of the KLA and FARC, and allow COMK4 to carry out his responsibilities under UNSCR 1244. That's the overall aim. There are lots of sub-aims to it, but that was the overall aim.
Should we take a break before we get into the sub-aims?
We'll give you a short 10-minute break at this time.
Thank
Come
you.
back then for another hour.
Thank you.
We're adjourned until 10:10.
Rise. All rise.
Be seated. Please bring the witness in. All right, Ms. Tavicoli, you may continue.
Microphone, please.
You said before the break that there were a number of sub-aims or something. Can you take us through those? I think we have to go a bit more slowly because of the translation.
Yes. I wonder, with the court's permission, if Your Honours would mind pulling up my written evidence again, because it's quite complex, and being a holistic thinker is very helpful as a negotiator. It's not very helpful trying to explain complex matters to people who think a little differently. If that would be appropriate, I would really find it helpful, and I think court would find it helpful to have that
Is there an
section.
objection?
Not on this occasion, no. We understand this to be paragraph 31 of the
Exactly.
statement.
These two longer paragraphs, I think it would be helpful.
Just remember not to read from it. The idea is to look at it, refresh your memory, and then testify.
Okay.
All right?
Yes, sir.
All right.
If we could bring up paragraph 31, please.
Okay.
And if you go to the bottom, is that the end of that paragraph? Yeah. Thank you. Now, what were the other objectives of the undertaking?
As I say, the overall objective was to provide a mechanism which would allow us essentially have a way of controlling the process of demilitarization, to allow that to be done in a controlled environment with the agreement of the KLA. That would in turn ensure that they did not become the enemy. That was a primary concern. So there's a legal concern, a military concern. There was also a political concern. We wanted to be able to ensure that we did not leave Kosovo with a situation which had pertained in other parts of the Balkans, where the political structures were completely intrinsically linked into police structures and military structures. So we wanted to divide the political, military, and police structures, which we understood to exist, to keep them separate, and therefore we would have a basis for proceeding to a democratic society. We also,
Sorry, when you say
sorry.
that you understood the political, military and police structures existed, where did they exist?
They were disparate.
I don't mean geographically, I mean...
Yes, I mean
yeah.
that is in the
Yeah.
sense that they, there were quote, police forces named as police forces. The extent to which they were effective, the extent to which they were geographically distributed, we did not know. But we knew of their existence. Obviously, we knew of the military part because we could see them. We knew who they were. And we knew of the political side, which was obviously the people around Thaçi, and also we knew there were other parts of the political spectrum, the LDK and others. So we wanted to make sure that one part of the political structure did not have an underpinning of a police and military wing.
So,
That would not be a sustainable situation for the future of Kosovo.
so just to be clear, when you say you didn't want the political structure to have an underpinning
Yes.
of a police and military structure wing, exactly what do you mean? What will happen to the political structure in your... What was the aim?
Under the undertaking, they will be separated out.
Thank you.
In terms of the handling the military, they would come under NATO control. They would be visible. the worst thing that could happen would be that the KLA fighters would disappear into the mountains, and then how would we have any visibility or control over them? This mechanism would provide a means of exerting compliance. It would have benefits and sanction. So you, O military of Kosovo, agree to come in from the mountains, you agree to go to camps, you agree to give up your weapons, and in return, we will find a role for you in society. That's exactly how the Namibia process worked, and it was a model that I drew on. We also wanted to, obviously one of the immediate concerns was to stop any scope for the KLA to continue fighting the Serbs, even though the Serbs had agreed to a ceasefire and had signed up to the military technical agreement. We had no mechanism for ensuring that, so we needed to engage with the KLA to make sure that they didn't do that and disrupt the peace process. The undertaking was a means of doing that. Another part of the undertaking was, in terms of its encouragement, was that in signing the undertaking, this would be a continuation of the process of the KLA moving in international perceptions from being a group of criminals, a group of terrorists, to being freedom fighters, to signing the Rambouillet Accords. This is another step towards democracy, being recognized as a responsible group of people and with a responsible political process above it. So that was in many ways what we were offering. We were saying, sign this, it helps us because we'll make sure we don't end up fighting each other, but it also helps you because if you sign this, you will be showing to the international community that you are a responsible people and deserving of respect and ultimately independence.
Now, you said earlier just now would come under NATO control.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean by that? Who would come under NATO, or what would come under NATO control?
The former KLA fighters would come under NATO control, as they did.
And why was that important?
To give us visibility, to have the armed force capable of exerting sanction if required, and it would be legitimate to exert sanction because they had signed the undertaking.
Which armed force?
In this case, again, it's quite complex. To deconstruct it, the KLA was, we knew, the biggest and most effective fighting force. There were others, notably the FARC, but if the KLA signed the undertaking, the others would be ostracized on one side, but on the other side, they would have an inclination to join in, because if you join the undertaking, you get respect. And again, we're going back to honor and respect. So there would be a...
Sorry, can I just...
Sorry.
Sorry, I need to stop. I'm not sure about the translation. Your answer... When I said who would come under NATO control, you said it's recorded as saying the former KLA parties would come under NATO control. Is that correct?
No, the military.
The military would come under NATO control. And before we move on, can I just ask you, did they come under NATO control? And
Yes.
if so, when?
Immediately the process of demilitarization started. So they started coming into camps. The undertaking identifies the places where they are supposed to assemble, and they started to assemble.
Thank you. Now I stopped you, sorry. You were saying that the FARC, there was other fighting forces, the FARC, and so on.
Yes, so the other fighting forces such as FARC would have an incentive to sign up to the undertaking as well, because they would want the benefits of respect and the possibility of jobs, which is part of the undertaking. We couldn't actually go into what would be offered in terms of training and what the UCK would become at that stage. It just simply was not possible for me to get international. I couldn't get London agreement, I couldn't get Washington agreement, and I couldn't get still less international agreement to decide what to do with them after they demilitarized. But it's integral to the text. If you read it, that's what it does. It postulates there's going to be something. And I knew what it was. I had explained it to the commanders what it was, and it was drawn on the French, being French I knew about it, the Sécurité Civile, which is essentially a non-armed paramilitary humanitarian force which comes out when there are forest fires and natural disasters and things like that. So I knew about this. Bernard Kouchner knew about it. But most people who don't have such forces had no idea what this was. And I could not, in the space of a few days, persuade people that this was a really good idea. It just wasn't going to work. So I had to just do that as a subtext to it and allow the momentum to work itself through.
Now, what were the key challenges, if any, that you faced in drafting this undertaking?
Can we go down a bit in the
I think
evidence?
that's just paragraph 32. Is it? Are we able to look at? Is Mr. Duncan able to look at paragraph 32 and then testify?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honour.
And then I think it goes on to the next page.
Yes. Well, I know what the next page says. A key flaw in my argumentation was, of course, and it relates to the point we just discussed. Namibia and Rhodesia had armies. They had formal armies. So some of the guerrillas from those campaigns were integrated into the army and became soldiers. This is, of course, what the KLA wanted to do, or quite some of the KLA wanted to do. But Kosovo was not a state. It did not have an army, and therefore there was a problem. There was a big challenge. Where were we going to put these people? Hence my idea that we would put them into this thing very similar to the Sécurité Civile, which I was confident people like Bernard Kouchner and others would understand what this was and would push for it. Because really there wasn't a lot of alternative. You couldn't make them all disband and just go back to being civilians, because they wouldn't do it. This would not be peace with honor. So this was a major challenge that we had. There are other challenges, such as limited time. You know, I got this cleared by Washington and London on 10th of June. The Serbs were going to be out of the country in 10 days' time. This had to be done very, very fast indeed. So that was a big challenge. Comke for Mike Jackson, who was authorized to carry this out, could not possibly carry it out because he was dealing with the Russian seizure of Pristina, which I was heavily involved in handling that. And he was obviously very heavily involved in handling that. He also had to deploy all his forces, which is a major military undertaking. So time was a very major challenge for us. The other problem was the Kosovo Liberation Army, UÇK, was not a heterogeneous force. As I described, it had become, I think the term we used was the army of the dispossessed. That's the word we used at the time. And when I went into theatre, that is what I saw. I saw people who had, in normal life, civilian life, been doctors, lawyers, you know, all sorts of different things, and they had taken up arms. So their aspirations were not the same. And when you're negotiating with people, you have to try and understand What are their motivations? How did they get to where they are? What has pushed them to the place they are now in? What do they want? What are their aspirations? And what are their interests? And you have to use an understanding of those three things in order to persuade people to do something. But their aspirations were not the same, their motivations were not the same, and they came from different parts of society. And some of them were JNA and wanted to be the former military. The other big problem was the fact that the leadership of the KLA, as personified by, and I choose my words carefully, Hashim Thaçi, might not well be able to deliver the KLA fighters. We were not at all convinced that that would be the case. Had that been the case, we would have gone direct to him. We would have gone to the KLA political leadership in a classic way and said, right, we need a demilitarization agreement, let's start negotiating it. Now, as I said, timing was of the essence, and we had no confidence that Mr. Thaçi would be able to deliver the fighters on the ground.
Can I just pause you there?
Yes.
I just want to go back slightly, sorry. Did you say that the KLA was not a heterogeneous force?
It's not homogeneous. Sorry.
Homogeneous.
It was heterogeneous.
Okay, it was
I
heterogeneous.
beg your pardon.
Okay, let's go back now.
And one final thing I must
Yes.
say about the political leadership. It was not tenable to do something that would cause Mr. Thaçi to be recognized as the political leader of the Kosovars. It was not realistic because there were other political forces, such as the LDK, Mr. Rugova, and others. They may have chosen him as the leader of their delegation at Rambouillet, but he did not have what in a democratic society we would consider to be political legitimacy. He had not been elected. He had self-declared as a provisional government, but we could not have a situation where something that NATO was supposed to be endorsing was effective recognition of him as the Prime Minister of Kosovo. That was not realistic, did not reflect reality, and it was politically untenable.
There's a lot in there, Mr. Duncan, that I'd like to go through. The first thing you said was the leadership of the KLA as personified by, and I choose my words carefully, Hashim Thaçi, might not well be able to deliver the KLA fighters. What do you mean by personified by?
It goes back to one of my earlier answers about the role of diplomats. It's very common in international politics for the international community, and as we discussed, that's the media, the politicians, and you know, whatever the international community means, to want to have somebody with whom they can engage. And the media love this as well. The media want to say, you know, this is Nelson Mandela, this is, you know, whoever. There are many examples. That is not necessarily the reality in many, many cases. There are other levers of power. And as a diplomat, your job is to understand that complexity and to report it back to your capital and to use it in negotiating. You need to know who it is that actually has the levers of power. And a good example of this is more recent in Iraq. If you remember, we had Chalabi, who was supposed to be the leader of the Iraqi opposition, and he disappeared as soon as the invasion happened. This sort of thing is very common, and indeed, in the Kosovo context, at the beginning, Rugova was seen as the leader of the Kosovars. Could he be a Malraux, an intellectual who translates into being a prime minister? That was shown not to be the case. They then moved to Mr. Thaçi. He is a personification of the leadership of the Kosovars. We had serious doubts as to whether that was in any sense a reality that we could count on and cause this undertaking to come into place.
Why, in your words, did you have no confidence that Mr. Thaçi would be able to deliver the fighters on the ground?
According to our information, the
And
real...
can I pause you there? Where
Sorry.
is that information from?
I cannot comment.
Please keep going.
The real power on the ground, or in the structure of the KLA, were the zonal or regional commanders. And this was confirmed to us when we met General Ajim Cheku at the first meeting to discuss the undertaking. It is what he said to me. He said, I cannot do this without the zonal commanders being present. You will have to come to Kosovo.
And what did you understand by what Mr. General Cheku said?
I took him at his word. He was very, very serious on this point. He said two things. First of all, he said Mr. Thaçi wasn't available, and that in order to do this, he would need to consult Mr. Thaçi. And then he said, but I cannot do this until the zonal commanders are involved in the negotiations.
Where did you have that conversation with Mr. General Cheku?
In Tirana,
When? Do you remember?
yes, the 14th of June.
And when he said he would have to consult with Mr. Thaçi, what did you understand that to mean?
It would be perfectly normal. I understood it as a normal expression that, you know, the political side of the organization would have to, well, to put it in the reverse order, if he did this as a military commander without the political side being involved, it would not, it would cause, he would effectively disempower his political leadership. It would cause a split. So it was quite normal for him to say, right, I need at some stage the political side to agree or to certainly be consulted. Whether it's to be formal approval, that was not clear.
And he said that he couldn't do it until the zonal commanders were involved.
That's correct.
What did you understand by that?
I think it's fairly clear that he wasn't prepared to do a negotiation, us and him, as senior military commanders. He wanted them to be there. They had to be there.
And what did that lead you to understand about the KLA and how it worked?
That power lay with that a major part of the power lay at regional zonal level, that they had a fair degree of perhaps independence from the senior command. It would be quite complicated. In military terms, it was unusual. Our forces wouldn't insist on our regional commanders being present when we had a negotiation. It would be the senior commander and another senior commander and their staffs.
When you say our forces?
I mean NATO forces or British forces.
Yeah. And
So it was an unusual thing for him to say, but I was not surprised by it.
did the fact that you did not think that Hashim Thaçi could deliver the fighters on the ground, how did that affect how you approached the negotiations, the fact that you did not understand, did not believe that Thaçi could deliver the fighters on the ground?
It explains why we went to General Cheku and the zonal commanders.
When you say we, who do you mean?
Or myself and John Reith and our teams. And the approval of Secretary General Solano was to our plan. We said, this is what we want to do. This is the best way to do it. And he said, right, go for it, go and do it.
Did you think what did you think Cheku could deliver?
Well, that goes, goes back to my answer about how NATO would have done it. NATO would have had its senior commanders, so it would have been an agreement with, for example, General Clark and whoever had the opposite side was. We wouldn't go down to the regional level. It's a way, it's an understanding of a hierarchical structure against a hierarchical structure, how they deal with each other, and a hierarchical structure dealing with a non-hierarchical structure. That's the challenge that we faced, because they were not hierarchical structure. They were organized differently with power in different places. So we could not just go and talk to Mr. Thaçi and the rest and General Cheku and it would be fine. That wasn't going to work. We had to have the people who also had power, and they were notably the zonal commanders. Does that explain it?
Yes, it does. I'm just reading something you said earlier, if you give me a moment. You also said earlier, and this is at 39.3, we could not have a situation where something that NATO was supposed to be endorsing was effective recognition of him as the Prime Minister of Kosovo. That was not realistic, did not reflect reality, and it was politically untenable.
Yes.
Can you explain that, please?
I'm not clear what you want me to explain.
What do you mean when you say why couldn't NATO recognise Hashim Thaçi as the Prime Minister of Kosovo?
The NATO allies would not agree to that. They were not ready to recognise Kosovo itself, and they were certainly not ready to recognise Hashim Thaçi as the leader of Kosovo. So that's why it's an undertaking. We could not have a bilateral agreement between NATO and the Kosovar provisional government, which existed effectively in name only, but in political terms there was no state Kosovo, there was no government Kosovo, therefore NATO could not have a bilateral agreement with a state that did not exist and a government that did not exist. Therefore it had to be an offering by the Kosovars to us. That is why it is an undertaking and not a bilateral agreement. Does that help?
It does. So what did NATO think about Hashim's... So the fact that he is called the Prime Minister, what did that mean to NATO?
They didn't recognise it.
Thank you. Now, you said that you met Agim Cheku in Tirana. That was on the 14th of June, correct?
Yes.
Now, we saw you in the video next to a General Reith.
Yes.
What was General Reith's role in the negotiations? And when did you first meet him? In this context?
Yes. To explain, I had approval by London and Washington to begin a, quote, undertaking negotiation, but it was to produce something that was an undertaking by them. So a unilateral undertaking. It's not a bilateral agreement. It's a unilateral undertaking. But I had to show them, I had to persuade them to sign up to a document that they'd never seen before, and I had to do it in 7 days. I was an unknown quantity to the KLA. They had never seen me. My job was to be heard, not seen. So when I was asked, in fact I was told, go and do it, I said this isn't going to work. You know, that I can't go as a diplomat, an unknown diplomat, arrive at with the KLA, a group of people who've just been fighting in the depths of the Kosovo mountains, and persuade them to do this. It's not going to work. We need a military commander to be the front man who will engage with them, have their respect, they will know who he is, they will know what he's done, and they will engage with him. And John Reith very kindly, although he was very heavily involved with the humanitarian crisis, that was his responsibility, the humanitarian crisis, all the refugees in Albania, he had done negotiation before in the Balkans, and he said, I'll do this. And so I flew down and briefed him on what needed to be done, and then I accompanied him throughout the whole process.
Do you remember what night you briefed him on?
13th of June.
And then the 14th, you're meeting Agim Ceku.
That's correct.
And then... By the way, the first time you met Ceku, was he receptive to the idea of the undertaking or not?
He was, on the one hand, he came over as the leader of victorious army. That's the way he presented himself. You know, my men and women have fought the Serbs, you've helped us, but we've won the battle. And he looked at what we showed him, and after a quick read, he said, I was expecting something like this. I think we can work with this, but I need the zonal commanders. And some of it, he already said, I've already done parts of this. I've told my people they're not to engage with the Serbs. I've issued commands to the zonal commanders not to engage with the Serbs, that they are to stand back. But let's discuss it further. And we had a further meeting the following day. And that's when he said, I need to have my zonal commanders with me, otherwise we can't do this.
And where was that meeting the next day? Do you remember?
There was a meeting the following morning. That's where he said that. So his first briefing was on the 14th in the evening, and then the following morning we had the 15th, where he said we've got to have the zonal commanders here.
And was it in the same location or a different location?
It was the same location.
Was Hashim Thaçi at that meeting?
No.
So, Ceku has said he can't do this without his zone commanders. Did you offer him a meeting with the zonal commanders present?
John Reith offered a meeting with the zone commanders present, much to my surprise.
Why were you surprised?
Because it was to take place in Kosovo, in an area still occupied by the Serbs, and I was a civilian.
And what did you feel about that?
I was surprised. As I said to John Reith at the time, you have life insurance. I do not. You're proposing to take me into a combat zone without even life insurance, and, you know, that causes me a little bit of difficulty. I didn't say no. I just said we'll have to do some things before we go.
And when did that meeting happen?
The 17th.
What time, when did you arrive at that place?
At night, we were taken over the mountains into Kosovo, and we had to do it at night because the Serbs were still occupying that part of Kosovo.
Can you remember that journey?
I most certainly do.
Can you tell the court?
We were taken by helicopter flying through the mountains and then through the fire breaks of the wooded areas at 50 feet. And it happened to be an electrical storm while we did it, so that added to the fun.
Now, I want to show you a video, please.
Fun is not the way I would describe
Yeah.
it. I was being ironic.
Can I show you a video? It's exhibit 1D00287. And can we put it forward to 302? Fast forward it to there. I'm going to do it. Is it more questions? Can we play this until 5:48, and then I'm going to ask you some questions about it.
To say he will confiscate the weapons if they're seen in the grounds with the weapons. And that will then lead to a confrontation. That's the difficulty. Okay? And that's what I'm trying to avoid. Thank you.
Generali Jackson po I kërkohet që nëse do jenë armë të tilla në qytet, ushtar me armë, do t'i konfiskojë. Prandaj është më të mirë që tonën që të mos shkojnë ushtarët me armë, sepse ai do t'jave urdhër pastaj të konfiskohet. Edhe ajo sjell konfrontim.
Tomorrow evening rather than Saturday morning.
A do t'jetë e mundur që të takohemi nesër në mbrëmje në vend që të takohemi të shtunën?
It is purely the fact that we will be under political pressure.
Është kjo është për faktin që do t'jemi në një presion politik.
And they will be pressing all the time.
Dhe ata do të na bëjnë presion gjatë gjithë kohës për shumë detajeve. Gjithçka po të presion mundësia me gabu është e madhe, everything that a deadline was fixed at Saturday evening or afternoon.
If we can't meet tomorrow evening, I would like if you can do it to meet on Saturday morning.
Nëse nuk mund ta bëni, nuk mund të bëhet nesër në mbrëmje, unë do të përkëja që të bëj të shtunën në mëngjes. Okay. Para ditës.
10 o'clock on
Ora
Wednesday.
10.
We will come to you, Ian. Okay.
Maybe in Pristina, if you agree with the
I want to try and keep us out of the media's eyes for the moment. Undertaking, and it is seen as you coming forward and saying to the international community, we are doing this.
Për të bërë negocimin me ju, edhe do thonë që është marrëveshje.
So it's better that we keep a low profile at the moment. The final thing I would say to you is that if you feel that we can discuss earlier than 10 o'clock on Saturday, I can come whenever you want me to.
Gjëra tjetër që do të thonë, nëse ju ndjeni që mund të diskutojmë edhe më herë se sa ora 10, të shtunë unë mund të herë.
Stop, please. Can we stop? Thank you. What is that video of, Mr. Duncan?
That's a video of the discussions on the 17th of June 1999 in Kosovo.
And did you recognise anybody in the video?
Well, there's me, there's General Cheku, there's John Reith, the zonal commanders, Ramush Haradinai, I think Remy is there, whose name I can't remember, there's a guy who's from their police structure, all the zonal commanders are there.
Do you know how the zonal commanders got to that meeting?
No.
And do you recall how they were dressed?
Well, you can see there, they're all in combat gear. I think with memory, one of the things that strikes you is the smell. They smelt of combat, and that smell of fire and smoke and cordite, and it was quite an impressive moment.
And Can you give us the headlines from that meeting?
Yeah. It was probably not unexpected. They took a lot of what we said on board, a lot of detail that they provided. They agreed the assembly points with us. From the military perspective, it was very constructive. The political wing, I think it's either Mr. Haliti or one of the defendants here. They were very difficult. They kept trying to put in language which would give implicit recognition to the provisional government, and we had to keep batting that back. So, I mean, with some success at that meeting, so that the text was left pretty much as I had drafted it, but with a lot of administrative detail put in. So it was a constructive meeting, but their attitude was, overall, you know, they were very reluctant to do it because they felt, you know, we won the war and we want to disarm with honor. If we've got to disarm, we want to disarm with honor, so we want this to be done properly. There was a strong feeling that, you know, this is something that was going to be difficult for them, and that honor, as, you know, victorious soldiers of fighting to protect their people, had to be respected. There was a very strong sentiment that came out of it.
You mentioned Ramesh Haradinai being in the room. Was there anything? How was he dressed?
Ramesh is quite a character. He was almost Rambo-esque. He had a grenade down one pocket. He had a combat knife strapped to his arm. Yeah, it was quite a sight. He was quite vocal.
Overall, what did you understand, if anything, about the KLA and how it was organised and its hierarchy from that meeting?
It completely reinforced what General Cheku had told us, that, you know, these were serious players and they had to be included in anything that was going to be negotiated. And they were quite, I mean, the language difficulties you saw, we had to have translation. Very few of them spoke English. Howard and I spoke some English, but most did not. And that, nonetheless, it was very clear that, you know, these were the people that we needed to be speaking to.
And were there discussions about what became paragraph 25 at the undertaking at that meeting, or not?
The political side did try to put in something like that. It was essentially the statement that the KLA political leadership had made before.
And who was the political side at that meeting?
I'm trying to remember if it was, I think it was the defendant.
Which defendant?
Names, I'm a dyslexic.
The defendants here are called Thaçi, Kadri Vaseli, Recep Salimi and Jakub Krasniqi.
Ah, that's a good point. I think it was, I'd have to refresh my memory. Sorry, names are awful.
Okay, doesn't matter if you can't remember, that's fine. Now, on the...
It was the person who gave all the statements in the, you know, the political statements that were made by the KLA were usually given by Krasniqi. There we go. It was Krasniqi.
Thank you.
I think.
Now, can I keep pressing play for this next bit of the video? And then I'll ask you a question about this. Watch this and tell me what this is afterwards.
Okay.
Stop, thank you. Now, the date stamp on that section of the video and the section of the video we played before of the meeting were the 17th of the 6th, 99. Were they correct or not?
I believe so.
What was that piece of the video showing?
That was a very important part of any negotiations in the Balkans, is the moment of breaking bread afterwards. So the KLA side offered us dinner in a tent in the woods, and literally in the woods, where we all sat down, and after we'd finished the formal negotiations, we broke bread. And it was a moment when we actually realized that we were in business, and we were able to reassure them about our credentials, that NATO wasn't going to. This wasn't about NATO getting rid of them. It was about NATO being a good ally, helping them to disarm with honor, and hopefully find something in the future. I may well at that stage, and it's so long ago I can't remember, I may well have talked to them about the Société Civile model as a possible model, and we could speak frankly and say, your idea of having a National Guard is never going to run. You can't have that. And it's the informal part of the negotiation, a very important part of a negotiation in a Balkan context.
And was it the same people at the dinner that were at the meeting?
Pretty much, yes.
Thank you. Now, on the 18th of June, what happened then? Do you remember?
Yes, I'm just trying to put it into the right order. If I'm correct, we had to do certain things. We had to talk to the UN. We had to keep them briefed as to what we were doing. And we also had a problem. So let's deal with the UN first. So we briefed General Jackson, who in turn briefed Sergio de Mello, and we explained to them where we were, what we were doing, how far we'd got, prospects for success. They wanted much more, and we had to say to them, this is not tenable. They wanted at one stage to have a weapons-free zone in Kosovo, and we said, this is an Albanian Balkan society. You can forget it. That's never going to happen. This is your only realistic way of doing this, and that's the last we heard of it. But they were told where we got to and what we were doing. Then we had a problem with a separate discussion going on the US side, and that we managed to diffuse, and that was involving Mr. Rubin, Jamie Rubin. But to what extent, I really don't know. And we persuaded him to come up to us and join us the following day.
Do you know anything about that problem? Can you expand anything more than what you've said or not?
It's classic of American diplomacy to be going off and doing something separate. I'm sorry to take that with humor, but it is something that, as a professional diplomat throughout my career, I've often found the American administration, the famous interagency, not getting to an interagency agreement, but suddenly finding that one agency is going off and doing something else, is very common. So it didn't surprise me that this had happened, that there was a parallel negotiation going, or attempt at negotiation going on, but they were clearly much further back than we were, because we had a text, we were working at it, we had agreement, in principle and in some detail with the KLA, and therefore we asked them to come and join us.
Ms. Stefakoli, it's time for the break.
Yes, thank you.
We have a regularly scheduled half-hour break at this time, so we'll see you back here at 11:30.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
We're adjourned until 11:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Please bring the witness in. All right, Ms. Tomacola, you may continue.
Mr. Duncan, now moving to the 19th of June. Was there a meeting on that day?
Yes, we didn't finish what my answer to the 18th of June.
Okay, please finish what you wanted to say.
Yes, there were two other issues which are important for the court to appreciate, I think. Firstly, we asked the UK Foreign Minister, Mr. Robin Cook, to contact Mr. Thaçi and urge him to support the agreement which was being negotiated in Kosovo. The second thing was a major problem that we had with, you mentioned paragraph 25. Paragraph 25, as I said, was originally put forward by the KLA side in a way which would have given implicit recognition to the provisional government. Obviously that was, as we said to them, unacceptable and we could not agree it. Therefore, General Reith and myself redrafted it. If you want to put up an example of paragraph 25, I can tell you which is our wording and which is their wording. That's up to you. Anyway, we put it to the Secretary General and to General Wesley Clark, and they wanted it removed. And we had to say to them, right, the option is a bilateral agreement and you can get it removed, or a unilateral undertaking and you have this. And it is a reasonable step for something that is supposed presentationally and publicly to be a unilateral declaration by the Kosovo Liberation Army, for them to have this phraseology as amended. And after a lot of argument, they eventually agreed that that was a reasonable position to adopt, and they agreed to support us in taking it forward in that way. That was what happened on the 18th.
Thank you very much. Now moving to the 19th.
Yes.
Was there a meeting on that day?
There was. The Serbs had moved out of that zone, therefore it was possible to fly in during the day. Excuse me. We had by then been joined by the US team who had been conducting their own discussions with Mr. Thaçi, which Mr. Rubin talked about in his evidence. And so we went as a joint team, accompanied by Jamie Rubin, Sean Burns, and Larry Rossin, and we flew in during that morning.
How long was the meeting?
It went on all day.
All day. What was the status of the draft undertaking by the time Mr. Thaçi arrived? Like, how far advanced were you?
Well, we'd got past the practical details, which were sort of the logistics, where they would assemble, etc. And most of that day was taken up with efforts by Mr. Thaçi and Mr. Krasniki to insert political language, which would lead, implicitly give them recognition and have NATO give them recognition. So we spent a lot of time discussing that.
And what was your and NATO's view about what they wanted?
Unacceptable.
And why was it unacceptable?
It would have given them recognition. It would have also distorted the nature of the undertaking. What was the undertaking intended to do, and confused it.
Now, was there anything memorable that happened at that meeting?
Depends what one means by memorable. For me, yes. I interrupted the discussions and revealed my hand in what I was doing. As I explained, my job was to guide General Reith. I was the author of the declaration. I was a diplomat. I knew what the diplomatic community would agree to. And so, he did the talking, but we talked a lot about it first. When we had a problem like 20 to 25, we discussed it together and came up with the right clauses. At one point during the discussions, the situation was getting out of control. Mr. Thaçi and his political advisors were pushing so hard for the inclusion of language which would have been unacceptable that I stood up and asked all the zonal commanders to leave the room and asked for a separate meeting with Mr. Thaçi, Mr. Cecu, General Cecu, Jamie Rubin, General Reith and myself. And to my amazement, everyone got up and walked out of the room. The reason I discovered later was they perceived me as a political commissar. Jamie Rubin talked about communist think, and I was, as you see, dressed very like a political commissar, and therefore they are not people in the communist society that you ignore. If they tell you to do something, you do it. And that's what they perceived me as. And therefore they all got up and went out of the room. It caused a lot of trouble that I did that, and I had to, in the same video I think you have seen of me talking to Mr. Haradinaj, trying to placate him over why I had done that. And the reason I did it was so that I didn't have a situation where a whole load of people were arguing and coming up with proposals. I needed to have a core team who I could talk frankly with and let them cascade that to their independent political and military side and not have that argument out in public. And I talked very, very frankly. And in that intervention, I said to them, you started out as terrorists in most public perception. You have moved up that path, and I drew it out in a diagram. And I said, you've moved up that path. You signed Rambouillet. You have shed blood. You are now perceived possibly as freedom fighters, but you are not a government. You are not a state, and that's where you want to go. If you want to go up to that point, you have to sign this undertaking as it stands and stop putting stuff into it. And Mr. Thaçi said nothing. General Cecu took my diagram, and I later saw him showing it to the zonal commanders and doing what I wanted him to do, which was to persuade them to agree and remove their objections.
And what did you understand from the fact that Cecu took the diagram outside to the zonal commanders?
That they had to agree.
Now, can I just show you another bit of the same video, please, which is 1D00287. And I just want to play the beginning up to date stamp. So 0021, just play it from the beginning. We stop it at 0042. You could just pause it there, please. What is this showing, Mr. Duncan? And firstly, is the date stamp on that video correct?
No,
What date should it be?
that should be the 19th,
How do you know that?
because it's taken in daylight.
And what is that showing?
That is showing what I just mentioned. After I had interrupted the negotiations, I went out and I could see that Ramush Haradinai was extremely irritated by what I had done. And so I personally went and spoke to him, and that's me explaining to him, you can see by my hand gestures, why I'm explaining the same things I'd explained to General Cheku, and why they should agree this because it was in their interests. As I said, I understood their aspirations and their motivations, and this was in their interests, and it was important that they should agree it as it stood. And you can see he was not very happy.
And what is he wearing there? What does he have on him?
Him?
Ramush Haradinai.
Yeah, he's taken his knife off his arm and stuck it into his flak jacket. I don't see any grenades today.
And can I note for the record that we've stopped the video at 0039. That is the part that Mr. Duncan is talking about. What was the ultimate outcome of that meeting on the 19th?
The text was, excuse me, the text was pretty much agreed. It was pretty much in its final version, and we then sent it to NATO for it to be put before the North Atlantic Council for their agreement. Even though it's a unilateral undertaking, it's not, quote, a bilateral discussion, we couldn't really have a situation where it was offered by the KLA and then some NATO ally said, oh, this is unacceptable, we can't accept it. So we had to get their agreement.
And do you remember when you sent it?
Would have been that evening.
And did you get agreement?
We did eventually. There was a lot of problem over the signature block. And that was essentially one of the last stumbling blocks. It was from, I wasn't there.
Can I pause you there? Which part of the signature block?
The signature block saying accepted by by COMK4, General Jackson.
So the K4 part of the signature block?
Yes.
Carry on, please.
Eventually the compromise that was agreed at the North Atlantic Council was that it should be received by, therefore language does not imply any recognition. And that's how it was changed, and that was put to the KLA side on the 20th, and there was further discussion just before the signature to explain why it had been changed.
Can you recall at all what different governments thought about that K4 side of the signature block or not?
In detail, no, I was not present, but I was getting reports from London that there was quite a lot of opposition, and that the Americans used quite a lot of pressure to make sure that all the allies agreed. I mean, naturally, one would assume that other nations such as Greece would not be they would be particularly concerned about what we were going to do in a country which is bordering them. But there were others who were still in the mindset of, these are terrorists and we shouldn't be negotiating with terrorists and we shouldn't accept this at all. There were others who were concerned about, what was the future going to be. This was a peculiar operation where we successfully concluded a military campaign, and yet we had no idea what the outcome was going to be. Was it going to be a state? Was it going to be a UN mandated territory? It all was still in a state of some confusion.
What date was the undertaking signed?
It was signed at 10 minutes past midnight on the 21st.
Thank you. Can I bring up, please, Exhibit P01444? And can I go to the final page of that document? Maybe if we go to the first page first and then to the final page. Thank you, and then can we go to the last page, please? Pen down. A bit further. I want to see the signature block. Thank you. Now, what is that a picture of, Mr. Duncan?
That's the final page of the undertaking.
Now, I want to focus on the KLA side of the signature block. Was there a signature block on the first draft?
No.
What date was the first draft? Do you remember?
It would have been the first draft that I completed and got agreement to was on the 10th of June.
Why was there no signature block on the first draft?
Because I was concerned that if we put things in like signature blocks, we would get into a circular argument which would take us away from what the primary purpose of this document was. So when we gave the first version to General Cecu, it had no signature block on it. I wanted them to focus on what this document was saying, not who it was signed by.
When did a signature block first appear?
I think 17th or 18th of June.
And what was in that signature block?
That was for signature by General Cecu on behalf of the UCK.
And why did it have Ceku's name?
For practical reasons, he was the person we were negotiating with. And we'd had no, on the 17th, 18th, Mr. Thaçi had not been directly involved in the negotiations, and therefore, we'd been told he was not available. Therefore, we put it in the name of General Cecu.
Now, we see here that the signature block has the name of Hashim Thaçi, and there's a title. I want to go first. I want to ask you questions first about his name, and then secondly about the title. So how did Hashim Thaçi's name come to be in this document?
As I recall, this came, the change was done in the discussions of the 19th.
And who proposed that change, do you know?
I don't recall. It was a very long day. It was quite tense. I didn't allow anyone to have any lunch. So it was, there was a lot happening on that day, and I really don't remember who put that in, who changed.
Why it changed?
No. I mean, it came from the KLA side. They said, we want Hashim Thaçi to sign it.
Did the international community, particularly the United States, perhaps the Brits, have a view on who should sign on the KLA side?
No, it didn't really work like that. We did the work, put it back to them. It was not a basis of, they send instructions, this is what you're going to do. The whole process was almost in reverse. After all, if you remember, I drafted this thing. It didn't come to me from London saying you should go out and negotiate and this is what it should say. I wrote it and put it back to London and said, right, this is what I think we should do. And they said, yes, go for it. So there wasn't an instruction saying we want that sort of level, certainly not at that level of detail.
Did you mind that now it was being signed by Thaçi?
No.
Why not?
What was important to me was that we had the full engagement of the Kosovar side, in particular the military. If they asked for Hashim Thaçi to sign it, that was okay, because it didn't work like that. The whole process here is about getting them engaged, as again, I say it again, understanding their motivations and what they wanted, the long-term desires. Once they were properly engaged in it, if they signed up to it, the nature of the people that they were, Albanians with a sense of honor, and the fact that they had all been engaged in it, all the zonal commanders had been engaged right from the beginning of our discussions, they would feel honor bound to agree to it, but also they would get something out of it. They understood that this is disarmament with honor. They were being recognized. They were going to get engagement with international organization, notably NATO. They were being recognized for their effort, and there was a prospect of something that might lead to their independence in the fullness of time. So understanding those motivations, which are embedded in this, meant that I didn't really mind who signed it. It was not important, because the process itself would be a momentum which would lead us to where we wanted to go.
You used the word they a lot in your last answer. Who is they, just for the record?
We're talking essentially about the military wing.
Thank you. Now let's move to the title. Do you know who came up with the title Commander-in-Chief, UCK?
No.
Do you know why it was used?
Since I don't know who came up with it, I can't give you a complete answer. I can tell you what I thought at the time. And to my mind, this was a very typical, slightly overinflated, almost grandiose title that guerrilla armies and leaders often use. From my own personal experience, I remember in the African revolutionary movements, happened in the country I grew up in, the guerrillas would give them names such as general, and they had a couple of hundred people under their command. Even in France, in where I live for a lot of the year, the resistance leaders would say, well, this is the battalion from so and so. It's not a battalion; it's 300 people. So the tendency to overinflate the title is something that did not surprise me in the slightest. I didn't take it particularly seriously. I did wonder whether it was something that came from the American model, that the president has the title of Commander-in-Chief, but it was clearly not that in reality. It was, to my mind, a grandiose title being given to somebody which had no no reality.
Can I show, can I refresh Mr. Duncan's memory, please, of paragraph 60 of his statement? It talks about this issue. I mean, I can go through it, but no. I'll elicit it orally then. That's fine. Now, could Mr. Thaçi have signed as Prime Minister?
No,
Why not?
that would be implicit recognition of the provisional government.
Do you think that his signing as Commander-in-Chief was any way related to that point?
I think it made NATO a little bit more comfortable with having his name at the bottom. If the KLA insisted his name had to be at the bottom, putting a military title made it a little bit more acceptable to the NATO allies. I think probably like me, they didn't put too much importance on the exact wording. But it had a slightly military sense to it, so it kept it in, this is a military-to-military agreement.
Did you think that in reality Hashim Thaçi was the Commander-in-Chief of the KLA?
No,
Why not?
I saw no evidence of it.
What evidence would you expect to see if he was? Firstly, what is the Commander-in-Chief?
Right. Well, I think there's in the court cases around the Balkans, there have been a definite definition has been given, which is not one which is very familiar to those of us who've served with the military. The issue of being a commander-in-chief is related to command and control. So command is the authority to issue an instruction or a directive. Control is the ability to carry out that command and to ensure that it is carried out effectively. So it's a political authority. It doesn't give you absolute power. So, for example, the problem that General Jackson had encountered when the Russians invaded was exactly that problem. He received a command, but General Wesley Clark did not have control. And that is, it's quite a sort of conceptual problem that bothers military think tanks all the time. So a commander-in-chief is not necessarily someone who can ensure that any instruction they give will be carried out. That is usually a separate function in NATO concept of how things are done.
Now, why did you say a moment ago that Hashim Thaçi was not the Commander-in-Chief of the KLA?
Because the way they behaved to him when we were in the negotiations, they treated him as the political, as I expected, the political wing with a certain influence and authority, but not someone to whom they gave military respect. It was very noticeable. You know, they respected General Cheku because he was a professional military officer. His family had suffered at the hands of the Serb grievously, and they saw him as a professional. When Hashim Thaçi arrived, there was a certain tension, as you would often find, as I often found, between a politician arriving with a group of military officers. There's a distinct tension that you can feel it. They treat them slightly differently. So they saw him as an important politician to their cause, but not their military commander. And that was my impression of how they behaved to him.
How, is there an example, or how did you see, is it possible to put into words how you got that view?
Feeling. It's very intuitive. But it was very striking the way we were dressed. I mean, I talked a bit earlier about being seen as a political commissar. It was very deliberate. That's why I dressed in the way that I did. And so I blended into the military ethos. Mr. Thaçi arrived in a Western suit, looking very smooth. There was an immediate sort of clash of visual clash between the two groups of people.
And did he appear to have authority over the zone commanders or not?
At no stage did I see him sort of give directives, or he focused, or orders or anything like that. It was very clear that we had two people we were talking to. One was the senior military officer, and the other was a politician. That's the impression that I had.
Now, these changes to the KLA side of the signature block, was General Sir Mike Jackson present for those or not?
No.
Now, you've talked a lot about how you understand the KLA hierarchy to be. How did the KLA present itself to the outside world?
They were doing their best to show us that they were a serious military counterpart. So when we arrived on the 17th in the pitch darkness, there was an honor guard, all dressed up in nice new uniforms with Kalashnikovs across their chest and berets, and it was the proper military formal greeting of another military delegation. So they were keen to show that they were professional people. They were not just a group of guerrillas in the bush. That was very much the way they wanted to be seen.
And was that correct?
It's very easy to dress 6 people up in a new uniforms and put berets on, so I can't really say that it necessarily was.
Can we bring up a photograph, please? That's DHT 05354. Mr. Duncan, what is this photo?
This is the honor guard on the day of the 19th, so in the daylight.
And did they have that on other days?
They had it on the 17th.
Your Honour, please can I seek to tender that into evidence?
Any objection?
No objection.
DHT 05354 is admitted. Please assign a number.
Your Honour, that will be assigned Exhibit 1D383, and I note it's marked confidential.
It can be public, I think.
Reclassify it as public.
And then can I please bring up DHT 05355. What is this photo, Mr. Duncan?
This is Mr. Thaçi, as he was dressed on the 19th.
Thank you. Please could I tender that into evidence?
No objection again, Your Honor.
DHT 05355 is admitted.
And please
Sign
can I
the number.
Your Honor, that will be assigned Exhibit 1D384, and I note it's also classified confidential.
Reclassify it as public.
And then please could I bring up DHT 05356. What is this, Mr. Duncan?
This is some of the zonal commanders, probably on the 19th as well. And you can see they're dressed with, not quite as bad as Ramush, but they've got guns and such like. They have come from the fighting.
Thank you. Please can I tender that?
Just on this one, can it be clarified whether all of the people in the photo are zone commanders?
The one's first person on the left, and not the person obviously in the suit, jacket and tie, but the other two are zonal commanders, I recall. I think one is Remy.
No objection to the omission.
DHT 05356 is admitted.
Your Honor, that will be assigned Exhibit 1D385, and it's also classified confidential.
Reclassified as public.
You said earlier that they were keen to show that they were professional people. They were not just a group of guerrillas in the bush.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
How professional were they?
In what sense do you mean how professional were they? Sorry.
You said that it was easy, with the honour guard picture, you said it's easy to put on, I don't know what you said, a Kalashnikov or whatever. Does that picture represent the reality of what the KLA was?
Not necessarily. Many experiences of visiting countries where you get an honor guard and they're all dressed up, but you know the army is pretty shambolic sitting behind that. Without naming and embarrassing the countries which I visited, but no, it's not evidence of a good organizational structure, and they were, in my experience and in the information I had received from various sources in the field, as you would expect a guerrilla army to be, pretty chaotic, disorganized, getting better gradually, but they were a guerrilla army. They were not a regular army by any stretch of the imagination, hence the grandiose titles and things like that.
Did any other, apart from the KLA itself, was there anyone else suggesting that they were an organised army?
The Serbs were, for one.
Can you tell us about that?
Sorry?
Yes. Why were what were the Serbs doing?
Well, Serb propaganda, as I understood it, and I was on the receiving end, was that these were they started off with sort of terrorists, and then they moved into this is a real threat. This is a regular army and well disciplined, and therefore, it's got a hierarchy that operates very much like a proper army, perhaps in part, to justify their lack of success against the KLA. I mean, the KLA had some major setbacks during the conflict, but kept springing back, and as it became the army of the dispossessed, with more recruits coming in, and more JNA people, and Adjun Cheku, General Cheku, and his reforms to bring in a degree of professionalism.
What were your impressions of Hashim Thaçi in the negotiations?
To spare his blushes, I found him a bit of an enigma. I had done the briefing for General Clark's meetings with him earlier in the year, and I found he didn't seem to be engaged in the way that I would expect a professional politician to be engaged. And at the discussions, he seemed to be focused overly on matters such as the Clinton call, and he didn't seem to appreciate that the undertaking would prevent him having the sort of bodies that the KLA was growing. So the police force, the intelligence police force, and the fact that they had the military wing, and as you've seen elsewhere in the Balkans, that's what politicians rely on. It's their power base. They can use that, and he didn't seem to appreciate that this was all going to disappear if they signed up, because we were going to make sure that they were kept very separate, that anyone who had police experience would go into the police and be kept under control, that the KLA would be going to demobilization and demilitarization, and that he would be separated out from it. And it didn't seem to sort of trouble him that this would be the result of what this undertaking would do. So I found him a little bit out of his depth, and I was bemused by that.
You said he was overly focused on the matters such as the Clinton call.
Yes.
What did you deduce from that, if anything? Why was he interested in the Clinton call?
Well, as I say, I was rather surprised by it, and it was really how Jamie Rubin helped us secure the final agreement. They went off after I broke the negotiations up. When we reconvened, they then decided that we'd have separate discussions, so one-on-one, Jamie Rubin with Mr. Thaçi, General Reith with General Cheku, and sort of just hammer out some of the details. And I thought that, I was bemused by that that focus, which was largely, as Jamie told me later, was on the call with Clinton. And I think I realized much later that it might have been a way for an Albanian politician or Kosovar politician to say, I can speak to the President of the United States. And of course, the Kosovars saw the US, so they didn't see this really as NATO, it was as US, General Clark, it's the Americans, a very understandable reaction. So it would be something that would be very helpful to him in his future political career.
Why would it be helpful to him?
To be able to say that. I spoke to President Clinton and he said, you're doing a great job and keep going, and whatever he wanted to say about his call with President Clinton. It would have political importance to him.
So the support of the Americans was important to Hashim Thaçi, was it?
Clearly so, and he had obviously had a lot of discussions with Jamie and with Madeleine Albright as well. So he obviously saw the Americans as the key players in all of this, and he was not entirely wrong. I mean, Madeleine Albright and Jamie Rubin and General Clark were absolutely key players in the way that that whole campaign and conflict evolved.
Thank you. Can you describe the relationship that you observed between Hashim Thaçi and General Cheku?
I think it very much as team players, and that's the way they presented themselves to us in the way they behaved. It was, you know, I'm handling the military side, you're handling the political side, and you know we're both doing our own bit. So it was a team effort in the way I observed it. Was so a subset question to that is there sort of deference? I didn't really notice a huge amount of deference. It seemed to be we have our own responsibilities. That's how I recall it, and it's very impressionistic.
I'd like to read you what General Sir Mike Jackson has said. The reference for the court is Exhibit P02517, paragraphs 16 and 31. Now, General Sir Mike Jackson has said this: Thaçi signed the undertaking on the 21st of June instead of Cheku because he was the boss. He was the commander-in-chief. Because Thaçi was the leader of the KLA, if the undertaking had been signed by, shall we say, Cheku, that would only have given Thaçi wiggle room later. Thaçi exercised authority over Cheku. It was acknowledged. I do not see it as being disputed, a disputed issue that Thaçi was senior to Cheku. There was never any doubt in our minds at K4 who the ultimate boss of the KLA was, and that was Thaçi. Thaçi signed the undertaking on the 21st of June because he was the boss, and this remained clear throughout my time in Kosovo. If Thaçi had gave an instruction to Cheku, Cheku would have carried it out. I have no reason to think otherwise. Cheku had been an officer in the VJ and then in the Croatian army. I never knew Cheku to disobey an instruction from Thaçi. I do not recall specific examples of Thaçi's ability to make things happen, but that is not to say that he clearly was not the boss.
Mm-hmm.
Do you agree with General Sir Mike Jackson?
Objection compound as phrase. There's a lot of propositions in that quote.
We'll take the question. Go ahead. Answer it if you can. In general.
In general, thank you, Mr. President. General Jackson and I became eventually very good friends. It's a very personal relationship between a political advisor and their military commander. I was not his political advisor, but I worked very closely with him, as you see from how I got into doing the undertaking. However, I think that in this case, my answer must be no. I think that, first of all, as I said earlier, General Jackson's role was to deploy all those forces, the NATO forces. It was very difficult. He also had to deal with the Russian seizure of Pristina. Remember the comments about, I won't create World War III? I was there when he said that. So he was under a huge amount of pressure. We did not trouble him with what we were doing. We just told him, we're doing this. The only time we've troubled him was when he had to talk to the UN, which is part of the mandate of UNSCR. So the result was General Jackson did not know what happened up on the mountains. He was not there, and he did not know until several years later, over one of his famous whiskey sessions, when he and I were sitting down together, I told him what we did. And he said, quite honestly, I did not know that that's what you were doing. So he did not know how the undertaking was created. What he says about what happened afterwards isn't that surprising, because that's very much a Western military officer's perception, that if the politicians ask you to do something, you do it. Notice, as a comment, he himself says he doesn't recall any specific evidence for that view or specific examples. He may be right that if Cheku had been given an instruction, he would have carried it out. But he's talking about a period later on, after the undertaking has been signed, after the conflict is finished, everyone is settled in a post-conflict period. So I wouldn't agree with his statement. I think it comes from not being there when this was done, and his general perception of how professional military officers, and he certainly had a lot of respect for General Cheku, should behave, and his feeling that that's what he would have expected General Cheku to do. It's not my understanding.
I'd like to show you another document, please. I think we have to go into private session for this document. It is SPOE 00214873 to SPOE 0021499.
Your Honours, we're back in public session.
Mr. Duncan, I'm going to repeat that question. Do you know if the KLA did in fact demilitarise?
They did.
Who was in charge on the KLA side of demilitarisation?
General Cheku,
To whom did he report?
General Mike Jackson,
Who had overall responsibility for the process of the demilitarisation of the KLA?
the same, General Mike Jackson,
And what was the legal basis for that responsibility?
UNSCR 1244.
Thank you.
Interpreters note the speakers are kindly requested to pause between question and answer. Thank you.
Please.
Sorry. Mr. Duncan, I'd now like to move to a different subject matter, which is post-war Kosovo. After the undertaking was signed, did you visit Kosovo again in 1999? And if so, when and with whom?
Yes, I went on several visits, notably in August with General Wesley Clark.
What year?
1999, sorry.
Did you go before August or not?
I think they were all in August, the visits with General Wesley Clark.
Your Honour, may I be permitted to refresh the witness's recollection of paragraph 74 of his statement?
Yes.
Please could you look at paragraph 74, Mr. Duncan? Actually, 73. Yeah, 74.
Ah, yeah, okay, one of them was in July.
Thank you.
Sorry, my apologies.
That's all right. Can you describe the governance situation in June of 99? And by that I mean the political, legal and security situation overall.
In June or July,
June.
as the Serbs left, the Serb forces left, there was also a very large exodus of the public service in its entirety. So the prisons, the lawyers, the judges, the policemen, and this was the result of the system of apartheid that had been applied by the Serbs in preceding years, where they had essentially either got rid of, dismissed Albanian nationals or ethnic Albanians from any of these positions and prevented them coming in, not recruiting them. So the majority of the public service was then Serb, and most of them left, so it was a total vacuum.
Thank you. I'd now like to show you another document. Can I check with the SPO whether this document should be in private session? That is ERN SPOE 0000959 to 0001070.
For this one, public session is all right.
Thank you. If we could please bring that up. And can we just have a look at the first page, please? Now, this, Mr. Duncan, is a witness statement of an Anthony Quinn, who was from the Special Investigative Branch of the Royal Military Police, and it was a statement made in the High Court in London if we can just go to the top, I'd just like to see the date. Yeah, on the 5th of March 2016. Do you know an Anthony Quinn?
I do not.
Now, if we could go to the last sentence of paragraph 1 to orient you. Between June and September 99, he was deployed to Kosovo, where he was second in command of the Special Investigative Branch of the Royal Military Police. And then please can we go to the next page, to paragraph 6, the last sentence. We entered Pristina on the 20th of June, 99. Mr. Duncan, did you know that at that time the Royal Military Police had deployed to Pristina?
On the 20th of June, I was otherwise occupied, but I was not aware that we had deployed this type of military unit, but I'm not surprised either.
Did you become aware later?
Of their deployment at that time, no. But part of my work after the end of the conflict, actually quite considerably later, in the later months towards the winter, I was aware of the forces that we were using to deal with criminality.
Thank you. Can we please go to paragraph 13 of this statement? And I'll read it for the record, but if you can follow it. The situation when we arrived in Kosovo in June 99 was extremely challenging. There was no local governance, no water, no sewerage, no power, and no currency. There was a total breakdown of normal order. Our team of a little over 100 RMP were the only police force within NMB centre. There were masses of Kosovar Albanian refugees coming back into Kosovo over its borders. And a few enclaves of Serbs. The approach on the ground by KFOR troops in MNB centre was very much a soft hats approach to the local population. I'm going to skip through. Language was a big problem, as when you went to any kind of job, you always needed two sets of interpreters, one Serb and one Albanian, as the people from each community refused to communicate with an interpreter from the other community. And then can I just go down to paragraph 14, please? Can you read that? Upon entering Kosovo, one of KFOR's main roles was to return the country to some sort of civilized normality. This was not an easy task. The Serbian population, who had controlled everything, had largely left, leaving behind a country on the verge of anarchy. There was an enormous vacuum in terms of civilian infrastructure. Importantly, there were no police, which I understand was because the police in Kosovo were all or almost all Serbian, and they'd been obliged to withdraw as part of the military technical agreement. My questions are, first, is Anthony Quinn's description of the vacuum consistent with yours?
Very much so.
What about his description of the situation? No governance, no water, etc.
That is exactly what I saw.
What about his sentence, there was a total breakdown of normal order?
That's correct.
And what about him saying that the Serbian population, who had controlled everything, had largely left
That is true,
and leaving behind a country on the verge of anarchy?
very much so.
In due course, Your Honour, I'm going to seek to tender this statement. However, I want to address other parts of it later on. Now, that can be taken down for now, please. Thank you, Madam Court Officer. You visited, as we've seen, Peja on the 6th of July.
Yes.
Can you describe to the court what you saw on that first visit, please?
Yes, it was terrible, shocking. As we came in, we could see devastation to the Albanian farmhouses, animals. We could see Serb houses burning. There were at least 6 that I observed as we came in. And one of them was 100 yards from where the helicopter landed. As we drove round the town, you could see wanton destruction of Albanian businesses, homes, and this is very different from the sort of destruction you would see from bombing. So, I mean, I was familiar with bombing destruction. I'd seen plenty of it. This was wanton destruction. I didn't put this in my evidence, but as James Blunt, who was also there, put it in his song, No Bravery, he talks about, he has been here. And what he means is that phrase of evil stalking the land, and that's what I saw. It was pure evil stalking the land. You could almost touch it. It was quite horrible.
And did you get a sense of who was committing the violence and why?
The original violence was quite clearly during the conflict. I mean, these were quite obviously several weeks old, and the houses burning were obviously quite clearly Serb houses or previously Serb houses which were burning.
And did you get a sense of who was burning them, who was committing that violence?
Difficult to say. I certainly didn't see sort of armed troops wandering around doing it. This was just people.
When you say just people?
Ordinary people, not armed troops.
Why was it happening?
Revenge. Yeah, I mean, revenge. When you know what happened, and of course I was getting as much as everybody in terms of reports from NGOs and such like, and then you see it, you know, you can imagine why people, you know, it goes way beyond honor. This is the sort of stuff that happens at the ends of wars.
And revenge for what?
For the atrocities that they had been had to endure.
Who is they?
Sorry, I beg your pardon. The atrocities carried out by the Serbs against the Kosovar Albanians.
So who is committing the violence, the Serbs or the Albanians that you saw?
When I was there, the violence before had been carried out by the Serbs, and the violence that I saw going on was being carried out by the Kosovar Albanians.
In revenge, is what you
In
said.
revenge.
You said it was just people. Did it appear to be organised or not?
No.
Did you see members of the KLA committing crimes?
I did not.
Can I refer Mr. Duncan to paragraph 78 of his statement, please?
Yes, go ahead.
Can you read that sentence 78, please?
It did not appear to me that this violence was organized or directed from above, as opposed to individual acts of revenge or criminal behavior.
I want to talk about the criminal behaviour.
Mhm.
Who were the criminals? My point really is you're separating. You seem to be saying revenge or criminal behaviour. Are they separate things?
Yes. Revenge is by the ordinary people, ordinary persons. In a situation of anarchy, those who are criminals will seek to take advantage of it, and will loot houses for criminal intent. They're taking advantage of the anarchy to steal whatever they can. So that's what I'm differentiating between those who are opportunistic criminals who take advantage and those who are trying to take revenge for what they've suffered. I think they're two different human motivations.
And what was the nationality of the criminals?
If we're distinguishing between what I saw had happened and what was happening, it would depend. So the criminal behavior could equally have been carried out, the past criminal behavior, by the Serbs. But I'll come back to that. What was going on, people setting fire to houses, that's revenge. Were they looting the houses? I couldn't really see whether they were looting the houses. And that's criminal behavior. The past violence was noticeably not criminal, it was wanton. So the violence carried out by the Serbs on the Albanian Kosovars was absolutely wanton. So this was burning haystacks, killing animals, and burning businesses. So there was a bus station which had new Volvo buses in it, and they'd all been torched. They didn't take them away, they just torched them all. So that's previous criminal behavior. So I think one needs to distinguish between what I saw going on and what had happened in the past.
And on that visit, did you know anything, did you get to learn anything about the local KLA command structure in Paya?
Yeah, I think it was in Paya that we had the problem. There seemed to be a leadership struggle going on. So the local unit was having a lot of trouble engaging with the KLA because, as they put it, their commander keeps changing. So there was a local, in that instance, power struggle going on with the KLA, which they reported to us.
Now, can we please bring up an article in English and Albanian? In English, it's 018319, and the Albanian is the original, it's the same number, please. Just the top one is fine, thank you. So this, Mr. Duncan, is a statement by General Clark made on the 14th of August, in which he addresses the violence in Kosovo, and it's quoted in Shukule. And it says, Clark, there are no facts for KLA attacks. Pristina, Supreme Commander of NATO, Wesley Clark, said during a visit in Pristina that there are no facts that the Kosovo Liberation Army is behind the attacks that have been committed against the Serbs after the signing of peace with them in June. Clark said that the leaders of the KLA have supported their calls for Serbs to remain in the region. Then it quotes him, I will not point my finger at the KLA. Their leader has been very cooperative with us at senior levels, end quote. Some international officials have said that the KLA is the initiator Some internationals have said that the KLA is the initiator of attacks against the Serbs, that they have expelled 170,000 Serbs from Kosovo. However, Clark explained that in the majority of cases, the violence should be seen as spontaneous, and particularly in the south of Kosovo, the violence is connected to organised crime. Another quote from the KLA, we have received repeated statements for the support of a multi-ethnic society and the purposes of the international community. Thus, I can't point my finger towards whoever has done this. Can you recall, Mr. Duncan, if General Wes Clark made this statement on one of the trips that you accompanied him on?
Yes, I briefed him to do so.
And is General Clark's view here consistent with yours?
Yes.
Your Honour, I seek to tender this into evidence.
No objection, Your Honour.
Sorry, 018319 with no objection is hereby admitted.
Your Honour, that will be assigned Exhibit 1D387, and I note it's classified confidential at the moment.
I think it could be public. And then please can I bring up, I think again we have to go into private session because of the Rule 107 provider. And that is, it's SPOE 00214873 to SPOE 00214999.
In a private session, please.
Your Honors, we're in public session. All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Please bring in the witness.
Your Honor, if I may update the court on time estimates. Sorry. If I can update the court on our time estimate. We currently have 30. We will be less, and we will less if any questions. Thank you.
Less than an hour.
Okay. Mr. Dixon, any change?
Yes, I think I'll be less than the hour initially
Okay.
set.
Mr. Ellis?
I'm intending something like 15, 20 minutes.
Thank you all. What about the prosecution's cross-examination?
We'll keep it at the same total. We'll definitely finish tomorrow, and whether it's first or second session is the only question.
Thank you. You may continue direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honour. Mr. Duncan, I want to go back to something before the end of the war. It's my fault.
Your Honours, we are now in public session.
Thank you. Please can I go back to the Contich statement of Anthony Quinn? So that is SPOE 00 959 to 00001070, and the page I want ends in 962. Thank you. It's paragraph 15 of the statement. Can I please ask you to read the last two sentences? The murder rate was extremely high. Within the first 4 weeks, we had over 100 murders. The majority of victims were from the Serbian community who had not left the country as returning Albanians sought revenge.
Mm-hmm.
Is Officer Quinn's recollection consistent with yours, Mr. Duncan?
I believe so.
Thank you. Could we go down now, please, to paragraph 18? I'll read that. The array of crimes committed by the local population, which we were investigating, seems to have a variety of causes. There were revenge crimes committed by Albanians against Serbs for the perceived wrongs committed by them prior to and during the war. But there were also a large number of cases where opportunistic individuals or groups were fulfilling personal vendettas or grudges, or simply pursuing a criminal enterprise in what was then a relatively lawless society. Are Officer Quinn's recollections there consistent with yours?
Yes, and it's not at all surprising. We had the same in France at the end of the Second World War. But of course, in France, at the end of the Second World War, we had an administration, we had police forces able to respond. In Albania, there was a vacuum.
In Kosovo?
In Kosovo, beg your pardon, there was a vacuum. So that's not surprising that the situation was considerably worse than we had experienced 60 or so years previously.
And in that paragraph, there's reference to a criminal enterprise. Were you aware, Mr. Duncan, of whether there were criminal gangs coming over the border from Albania in the summer of 1999 or not?
I certainly had reports of that from various sources.
Can we go up to paragraph 17, please, to the last sentence of that? And if we read what Mr. Quinn says here, there was no prospect at that time of being able to imminently prosecute the offenders, as there was no prosecution service in place. We hoped that our PACE-compliant interviews, which we conducted using interpreters and exhibiting all the evidence, would eventually be used for trials by the prosecuting authorities, which were to be established by UNMIC. And if you hold that, can we go now down to 24, please? Even though there was no local prosecution authority which was in operation to take the investigations forward to a criminal trial, we still prepared the case file with as much detail as possible in the hope that it would be dealt with by the UNMIC or ICTY prosecuting teams. Do you see that?
Yes.
Were you aware that there was no prosecuting authorities in place at that time?
Very much so.
And are Mr. Quinn's comments on that consistent with your understanding?
Absolutely. It is an area that has always been difficult to get the international community to release personnel to come forward in this specialized area of police and prisons and obviously prosecution and defense lawyers. So this was particularly acute in Kosovo at this time, and I was very well aware of it.
Thank you. I'd like to tender into evidence the statement of Mr. Anthony Quinn, please.
And we object, Your Honor. We've been indulgent with not objecting to the leading aspects of using the statement in this way, but this is clearly a statement of a witness within the meaning of the panel's definition. It is not tendered pursuant to Rules 153 to 55, and it cannot be admitted this way.
If I may reply. We are seeking to tender it under Rule 138. It's relevant, it's about post-war Kosovo, and it's consistent with the witness's evidence. It's authentic, it's a witness statement from an English proceedings in the High Court in London. It contains the witness's signature, a date, and an attestation that the facts stated in this witness statement are true. It has probative value, and its probative value is not outweighed by its prejudicial effect. It does not fall under Rules 153 to 155 because it is not a witness statement taken in the context of a criminal investigation or proceeding. The Contich trial was a civil proceeding, and as such, as your honours have ruled before, a witness statement for the purposes of 153 to 155 is a record, and I quote, in whatever form, of what a witness said in respect of facts and circumstances relevant to the case that was taken in the context of a criminal investigation or proceedings. And your decision there, Your Honours, is F03340. This is a civil trial, and therefore we submit that it seeks to be tendered under Rule 138.
Please mark that MFI and give it a number.
Your Honours, that would be MFI 1D388.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Now, please could I bring up, we need to go into private session now because of the Rule 107 provider.
Into private session, please, Madam Court Officer.
Your Honours, we're in public session.
In the visit with Wes Clark on the 13th of August, do you recall if you had separate discussions with Hashim Thaçi
Yes.
at all?
Yes, we did.
And can you tell the court what you discussed?
We discussed the ongoing security situation. We asked various things such as potential for collaboration amongst the political parties. We had discussions about, again, the National Guard question. It was a fairly short discussion, as I recall.
And did you brief General Clark before that meeting?
I did.
Can you recall your briefing?
Basically, what I've just described, I briefed him to raise these matters. I think in my evidence I may have put some more detail.
You did. If I could please seek to refresh the witness's memory, paragraph
I
83
apologise, but,
of his statement.
Yes, go ahead.
That will come up, Mr. Duncan, if you'd like to read it.
Thank you. Yes, I raised with General Clark the problem that we had identified in that the process of demilitarization was proving contentious, and that Mr. Thaçi appeared to be losing support from amongst some of the zonal commanders who wished to associate with other parties. Particular of concern were the links to previous financing of the UCK, and therefore this could be a problem for the process of demilitarization. I've advised General Clark to avoid a public confrontation with Mr. Thaçi because I felt that this would risk undermining his position. And although he's not a very easy person to work with,
Who?
Mr. Thaçi, we needed his continued arguments to public arguments that the undertaking should be complied with.
And was Mr. General Cheku at that meeting?
No, they were separate meetings.
What was your meeting with General Cheku?
Again, very much the same sort of themes, and asking him for his assessment of how the demilitarization was going with the zonal commanders in particular. Were they complying? How was the atmosphere in the KLA about demilitarization?
And which member of the KLA was
I beg your
responsible?
pardon?
Which member of the KLA was responsible for delivering on the demilitarization?
General Cheku.
Thank you. We can take the document down. Now, Mr. Duncan, you've given graphic evidence to the court of the crimes that were being committed by Albanians against Serbs in the summer of 1999. Could Hashim Thaçi have stopped that violence?
Independently, no.
Why do you say that?
Because it was not as far as we could judge, orchestrated violence. What we wanted him to do was to appeal to his fellow Kosovars that they should not do this, that they should refrain. But of course, we're dealing, as I described, with revenge attacks. We're dealing with criminal opportunists. So, like any politician, he could appeal for calm, but he could not enforce it. And since it was not organized by the KLA, as far as we could judge, and determine from our reports on the ground and our access to usual sources, this was the best we could ask of him.
And did he appeal for calm?
He did indeed.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Dixon?
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honours. Good afternoon, Mr. Duncan.
Good afternoon.
My name is Rodney Dixon. I act on behalf of Mr. Kadri Veseli, and I have a few further questions for you this afternoon. You said this morning at page 13 of the live transcript, we don't have to go back there, but you were describing your day when you start very early in the morning, and you said that one of the key things that you did was look at all of the available material and information for the briefing for General Clark. And you said that you looked at everything that you could find on the internet in the last 24 hours. You said that you also looked at diplomatic cables that were coming through, that you read the monitoring services to see everything that could be picked up, and that you read intelligence assessments as well. So would it be right to say then that, in your view, you had a very comprehensive understanding of what had happened on a day-by-day basis as a result of reviewing all of that material?
I wouldn't say it was comprehensive because of the problems of getting reporting out of a war zone and the fact that there were very few journalists actually in theatre. So it was a picture, it was not necessarily comprehensive.
Yes, you indicated here that you had persons in the field. You were getting information from them as well?
Could you be more precise?
You said that you had operational commanders that you were getting briefings to and getting information from. Would you get information directly from the field as well?
I can't comment on that.
I mean, I understand that because of the Rule 107 procedures that are in place, you're not able to go into details. So I'm not going to press you, but could I ask just for a generic answer that you did get information from the field about what was happening on a day-to-day basis? This is in the conflict zone.
I feel I can't really answer that question for you.
Well, can we just leave it at this then, that you said you read any intelligence assessments that were being made? That's correct, isn't it?
That is correct, yes.
And that was happening on a daily basis?
Yes.
Can I just confirm in terms of the time period that we're looking at then for all of that information coming through, that this would have been from August of 1998 through the whole of 1999?
That's correct. That's when I was in post.
So these reviews that you were doing each day and the materials that you were getting, that was happening throughout that period in 1998 and 1999?
Yes.
When you gave evidence earlier that the KLA, from your understanding, lacked an organized top-down structure, would that view have been formed based on the information that we've talked about now that you were getting, plus your own experiences? Would it be a composition of all of that information and material?
Yes, but it was not a decisive moment where I came to the view that they didn't have such a structure. It was from August 1998, the situation was constantly evolving. So we had the massacres, Rechak and others. Then, of course, as we got closer to the conflict, the organization known as the KLA became much larger than it had been in previous years.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're asking me sort of at one split moment, did I come to that conclusion? No. I was constantly looking at what I could see in terms of information coming to me, and as I went through the period, I did not see any example or instance where they had the sort of organization which was being claimed by, inter alia, the Serbs and indeed themselves.
Yes, so it was an evolving situation, but when you looked back on it at the end of the time, going back, it covered the entire period, 1998 and 1999.
I wouldn't dissent with that. That sounds accurate.
Thank you. In your witness statement, I'm not going to ask you to turn it up. I can just read you the relevant parts because it flows on exactly from what we've been discussing. Paragraph 62, you say this, both in the run-up to the undertaking negotiations in June 1999 and afterwards, I never saw any indication that the UCK-KLA was a highly disciplined, top-down organization. The UCK-KLA might have tried to persuade the wider public that it could be compared to a regular national armed force, for example, in public statements. But I never saw this more, but I saw this more of a political gesture rather than reflecting reality. You stand by that?
I do.
And you said a little earlier in your statement that it was very common for liberation movements to give themselves titles or ranks and to call their units by names, for example, battalions or brigades, that often bear little relation to their equivalents in regular armed forces. You stand by that as well?
Yes, and it's an accurate description of how guerrilla armies from the last 80 years have operated.
And this was particularly so with the KLA as well?
Yes.
And you said earlier on, and it's also in your statement, about grandiose titles that had little practical reality.
Yes.
Is it correct then that what you've described here in relation to these titles and these structures applied equally to the general staff of the KLA, if you'd heard of that the practical reality was that the general staff was not an organized collective controlling and commanding the KLA collectively throughout Kosovo. Would that be a correct assessment?
Perhaps I can offer a comment.
Yes, please.
During my time, I heard reference to the General Staff, but mostly in political statements. I noted from the indictment that it was created in the mid-90s, when the KLA was a completely different organization. It was much smaller, and if they wished to give themselves grandiose titles such as General Staff, that's what such organizations tend to do. But by the time I was involved in it, I saw no evidence that there was such a thing as a General Staff which had a meaningful military application.
Yes, thank you. And you had no meetings with this General Staff as a collective during your time there, did you?
No.
You've testified that you did have meetings. We heard about these meetings on the 17th and the 19th of June, 17th and 19th of June. But that was with the zone commanders to address them. That was the focus of the meeting. That's right, isn't it?
It was with General Cheku and the zonal commanders on the 17th, and on the 19th we were joined by Mr. Thaçi and some of his political colleagues.
Yes, and you focused on the discussions that you had with a number of the zonal commanders, quite intense discussions. Would that be the correct way to characterize those?
Yes.
And that was about demilitarizing in their zones and the steps that would have to be taken in their particular zones.
It applied to everybody, but as I said earlier, the major point where they became forceful was after I halted the discussions, and they were obviously very upset at being excluded from the discussions. During the discussions themselves, they all had questions and things that they wished to clarify, but it was not combative. They were working with us to come to an agreement.
Yes, I wasn't suggesting that there was combat. It intends to find an agreement so that they would be able to go back to their zones respectively and implement that on the ground. Is that right?
I wouldn't dissent with that description.
So you expected them as the zone commanders to go back to their different areas, their villages, and ensure that this was cascaded down and actually did happen?
As full participants of the discussion with General Cheku, I expected that they were going to take it collectively as their responsibility to make this happen, collectively and individually.
Yes. And did you, when you were discussing this with any of the zone commanders, get a sense that they were in touch with their zones, that they were there representing the various villages and people in their organizations in their respective areas?
They were the people who had come. They were the people that General Cheku had told us had to be there. I couldn't comment further than that.
But you would have expected them to go back to their areas to
Yes.
deal with this?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Duncan. Those are my questions. Thank you, Your Honours.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Mr. Tully?
Thank you, Your Honour. We have no questions.
Mr. Ellis?
Thank you, Your Honour. I think I will be the 20 minutes indicated.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. We haven't met. I'm Aidan Ellis and I represent Mr. Jakub Kuznici.
Yes.
We've been speaking a little, both with Ms. Tavakoli earlier today and with Mr. Dixon, about your sources of information.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you've confirmed that in addition to the cables, the reports from the monitoring services and any intelligence assessments, you were also working closely with Mr. Durkee, who was covering the Serbian side particularly.
That is correct. Sorry, that is correct.
Thank you. And you were also previously involved in the deployment of the European Community Monitoring Mission on the border. Is that right?
That's correct.
Thank you. Could I have on screen, please, SPOE 00304-401 on the second page, please? This is the unredacted part of a report from the European Community Monitoring Mission dated the 27th of November 1998. I think you just confirmed that you had started enrolling in August of 98, so this would be within the period. Have you had a chance to read the paragraph there?
If you'd give me a second.
Sure.
Yes, I've read it.
Thank you. And So this is appears to be a report in relation to a report submitted by the Chief of Police of Jakovica, and that would have been part of the Serbian apparatus, wouldn't he?
It looks like that, yes.
And you'll see that when US KDOM located the victim and assessed physical injuries and the placement of an RPG launcher, so that was incompatible with the initial report that the UCK had initiated the attack. Do you see that in the report? Right. Can I then take you, please, to another document, which is SPOE 00133-489. And this one, to orientate you, is a KDOM report, a weekly report for the period November 23rd to November 29. And if we could go to the second page, please, the fourth paragraph. Now, maybe this is the same incident, maybe it isn't, but the report there is that once KDOM visited the scene, they found evidence that appeared to contradict part of the report given by the police, and a further investigation was called for. Do you see that in the report? And if we could look over the page, please, on page the page ending 91. You see a paragraph there beginning on the 27th of November. It's the second paragraph down. If I could invite you to read that.
Yes.
So here again was a report received from VJ forces, but KDOM were not able to confirm whether this was a KLA arms deposit or a stage-managed operation by the VJ. Are you able to recall whether you saw these cables or these sorts of cables during the time when you were in post?
I certainly saw these types of cables, and I neglected to mention it in my earlier evidence that, yes, of course, this is one of the sources of information that we had. And yes, it's not, this one is not particularly surprising if one remembers that the collapse of Albania in 97, I think, 97, when all the arms dumps were raided, and so there's a lot of weaponry, military weaponry, floating about in the area. So it is. You can see why it is difficult for them to say whether it is actually a KLA arms dump or something else.
No. And you've also confirmed, I think, earlier today, around page 72 in the transcript, that you were aware of Serbian propaganda at the time. And is it consistent with reports that you saw at the time that there were occasions when Serbian propaganda sought to stage manage operations to portray the KLA in a bad light?
Yes.
Could we then go back a page in the document, please, to the 6th paragraph on that page? I'll just invite you to read the section beginning villagers in Volujac and Sverha, with an apology for how I pronounce them.
Yep.
Now, you spoke, I think, at the start of your evidence about your awareness of Albanian society at the time and the importance of the Kanun. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And is it right that a part of that reliance on the Kanun is that people tended to look to sort things out themselves in reliance on what you described as an eye for an eye type approach?
That's the basis of Kanun. It's not a, we're not talking about Kanun in the Middle Ages, but it's part of the way society thinks. So yes, that there would be echoes and justification for people to try and right a wrong by taking action which would be equivalent. This is roughly how the Qanun works.
Yes, and that approach continued throughout the conflict, didn't it?
No, very much so.
And did you read the reports during your time involved in the area that people had been killed because of family disputes or local rivalries?
I cannot think of any instances in particular, but it wouldn't have surprised me to see things like that. Can I just come back to you on that? There was an incident in post-conflict. Again, I have to be careful how I answer this question. There was an incident where a senior member of the KLA was involved in a family feud between his family and people around it, and someone else who was not in the KLA. And when this first occurred, it was thought that this might be an infringement of the undertaking. And what actually happened was, it was an incident of the type you are talking about, where there was a family feud going on between these two families, and one of the families took action against the other family, and it just happened that one of those family members was a KLA person.
And I imagine on those occasions, unless one investigates thoroughly, it can be quite hard to tell which side of the line it falls, correct?
Exactly.
Yeah. Your Honours, these two documents I was intending to tender either through the bar table or through this witness. Perhaps I can invite Mr. Halling to indicate whether the prosecution objects, and then if there is an objection, I can deal with it through the bar table in the light of the rulings last week.
We have no objection to admitting them now because of the nature of the documents. We just asked they be classified as confidential.
Not sure, Mr. Ellis, how much of each of these you're admitting. Page 2 on the first one?
The first one was SPOE 00304-401.
Yes.
The only thing that's unredacted on the first page is the date and the title. I suppose
Which
that might...
page? I'm just asking which pages you want to tender.
I would tender both because the date's relevant for
Page
context.
1 and 2?
Yes.
All right. 00304-401 at page 1 and 2 is admitted and remains confidential.
Your Honor, that will be assigned exhibit 4D 107.
And the second document was SPOE 00133-489. It's a 4-page document. I only used 2, but I think it all may be useful for context.
Any problem with all 4 pages?
No, Your Honor.
All 4 pages of SPOE 00133-489 is admitted and will remain confidential.
Your Honor, that will be assigned exhibit 4D 108.
Your Honour, there was one other document that I wish to show the witness briefly, but I see I've omitted in error to put it on the PQ. May I seek permission to show it to the witness? It's an article from the Telegraph.
We would need the ERN to know if we have any position on it.
It's DJK 02054.
No objection to this being shown to the witness.
Go ahead then.
Thank you, Your Honour. If I could have that on screen, please. And apologies that it wasn't on the PQ. If we could scroll down a little. That's fine, thank you. Witness, this is an article from the Telegraph, I think, at the time. I'm not sure whether this is something you'll be able to comment on or not, but you'll see that it begins that British and American Special Forces teams were working undercover in Kosovo with the rebel Kosovo Liberation Army. Are you able to confirm the accuracy of that?
I am not able to comment.
Thank you. And were you aware of reports such as this being published at the time?
I would almost certainly have seen this at the time.
Well, Your Honour, I would seek to tender it on the basis that the witness has seen similar reports at the time.
Mr. Helling?
It's a little thin, but no objection.
DJK 02054 is admitted. It should remain confidential.
It's a public report.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We agree on this one. It can be public.
Will remain public then.
Your Honor, that will be assigned exhibit 4D109, and I notice a 3-page article.
Yes. Although,
What? I couldn't hear you.
3-page article. It's a 3-page article. Your Honor just mentioned the first.
yes. And those were my questions. Thank you, Your Honour.
Yeah, we'll break now before you do your cross-examination. We have a 10-minute break is all here. We're adjourned for 10 minutes.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated, please. May bring the witness in. It's a long day, huh?
It is.
Mr. Helling with the SPO will have cross-examination questions for you. Please give him your attention.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Duncan. My name is Matt Halling. I'm a prosecutor with the Specialist Prosecutor's Office. I'll be asking you questions until 4:30 today, and then I'll finish tomorrow.
Fine.
So I wanted to start. You were talking about your knowledge of KLA and PGOK issues, the sources you consulted, the difficulties of getting reporting in a war zone. I wanted to start, are you familiar with the People's Movement of Kosovo, or the LPK?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the LPK's relationship with the KLA?
Yes.
What did you understand that relationship to be?
We're looking back a long time, and it's a very detailed question. As I recall, it was, how can I put this? It was the political wing of the KLA. It was part, if you want it, my understanding was it was part of the same group, if you want.
Are you familiar with the contents of official KLA communiques?
I would see them. Not necessarily always, but I would see a lot of them. They would be reported to me by, as we've seen, ECMM, KDOM. I would see them in the press, monitoring briefings, things like that. So I would get them sent to me in various forms.
And what kind of topics were KLA communiques about?
Gosh. A wide range of topics, from the political to what they were doing. But largely, as I read them, part of I was a director of communications in one of my previous jobs, part of a narrative that they were trying to create of this is a well-established organization, and it's the future of Kosovo. That's the narrative that they were trying to create.
Maybe we can look at an example. Could the court officer please put on the screen P273 ET? Now, witness, the evidence in this case is that KLA communiques were sequentially numbered. You see this is communique 28, and it's dated 16 January 1997. And it begins on 26 December 1996 and 7 January 1997. In Operation Zone Number 1, our armed units carried out 2 assassinations against collaborators of the Serbian occupiers in Kosovo. And then a couple paragraphs down, it says the decision to execute them was taken by the KLA Central staff after they had been warned earlier to quit their collaboration with the occupier, and in line with the KLA Central staff decisions published in communique number 27. Have you ever seen a communique on something like this before?
This is well before my time. As you know, I started in August 98, and this is January 97. So it is a different entity to what I was dealing with. The war had moved on considerably. So I don't recall ever seeing anything of this nature, referring to execution of collaborators and nations traitors, and you can see the point of it at the bottom of the last 2 paragraphs as in terms of the narrative.
If we can now have on the screen P1752/ET. Now, witness, you can see on the top of the screen here, it's communique number 80 of the General Staff of the KLA, and it's dated 23 June. Now, it doesn't have a year, but you see at the beginning under Part 2, it says a first meeting between COMK4 and KLA was held on June the 22nd, 1999 in Pristina. So do you see that?
I do.
Now, in Part 1 of this communique, it says the following. Drenica Operative Zone Intelligence Service has undisputable information that, up to 1995, Sami Vembi and Gani Lutani collaborated with Yugoslav secret services and later with Yugoslav army services in Kosovo. And then it says in the next paragraph, during their armed activity against Kosovar population, they also raped Kosovar women and girls, where in one case they forced one of them to commit suicide by jumping off a third floor. For all these crimes, they were wanted by KLA, and on June the 19th, 1999, they were found and surrounded by the military police force. They called on them to surrender, but they opened fire, and as a result of the gunfight, Vebi and Gani Lutani were killed, whereas Sami is still a wanted person. 2 of our policemen were wounded. Now, witness, the KLA is saying this incident happened on 19 June when you were negotiating the undertaking. Are you familiar with this having happened?
I am not.
And just for the others in the courtroom in relation to this communique, we would note P431, page 12, P2868, pages 2 to 3, P2869, page 5, and pages 2793 and 2794 of the transcript. The document can be taken off the screen.
Your Honor, just before that is done, it's not an objection, but just to note that this, as I understand it, is the English translation of a communique. And that wasn't on the screen. So if there's anything to be made of what the witness saw or didn't see at the time, whether he saw it in the original or some translation of it, I think that's important to point out, that was not what was published, as I understand it. That was a translation of what was published.
Irrespective of that, my question was about whether he was familiar with the incident.
That's correct.
I understand that. That's why I wasn't framing it as an objection, but just saying if there was any reference made to it and whether he saw it or could understand what happened as a result of that, it wouldn't be fair to put that because this was a translation. He wouldn't have necessarily read it in the Albanian.
I don't know that he reads Albanian.
I don't know that either. That's why I was pointing this out.
And why don't we just resolve that right now? Do you speak and understand Albanian, sir?
Not at that level.
Getting back to my questions, are you familiar with the contents of any KLA regulations?
In specifically, what regulations are you referring to, may I ask?
We'll start with any regulatory document issued by the KLA.
At the time, no.
Are you familiar with the contents of any KLA orders or KLA reports?
KLA reports as reported to the press, yes. Internal documents, no.
Have you ever seen any documents concerning KLA appointments before?
That depends what you're referring to. If it's a general question like that, I'm sorry, but it's a little bit too vague. So I can give you an example of things that I saw, and that was the appointment of Agim Ceku as the commander of the KLA. So that sort of thing, yes, I saw it, but most of what I saw was not what we would call raw intelligence, because there's no time for someone like me in my position to read raw intelligence. What I need to be able to do is to have intelligence assessments. So that's what I would generally see, in which there would be, and sometimes they would be based on information that people had picked up on internal documents as you refer to them. But I would not necessarily see that document or that regulation. What I would see would be the assessment by the agencies of something that had happened, such as a regulation or an appointment. I hope that helps.
It does. You gave one example in your answer of the appointment of Agim Ceku. Are there any other examples of appointments that you saw or that you can remember?
Nothing significant, no.
And from your familiarity with the decision appointing Agim Ceku, do you remember who issued that decision?
No, I don't recall.
Maybe we can try and refresh your recollection. Could we please put P113/ET on the screen, page 008559. And you can see on the bottom of the screen where it says, in Decree 84/99, dated 28 April 1999, issued by the government of Kosovo in Pristina, it is stated, in reliance on the proposal of the Ministry of Defense of Kosovo, in reliance on Article 6, Paragraph F of the law relating to the business of the provisional government, the government of Kosovo, in its meeting on 27 April 1999, appoints Mr. Agimceku to be Chief of the General Staff of the Kosovo Liberation Army. This decision comes into force immediately. Hashim Thaçi, Prime Minister. Is this the appointment of Agimceku that you saw?
I don't think so, no. And it's impressive, but it's propaganda, I'm afraid. But you'd expect this.
Are you disputing that Hashim Thaçi issued the decision?
No, I'm not contesting what it says there. I'm looking at what the language is being used. So we talk about a Ministry of Defense of Kosovo. What was the Ministry of Defense of Kosovo?
Right, you actually answered my question
Yeah,
already,
so-
with what you said.
Yeah, okay.
We can take the document off the screen. Are you familiar with a person in the KLA named Azim Sula?
It rings a bell. Perhaps you'll refresh my memory.
I'll try another name first. Sokol Bashoda?
There are a lot of names, and I have to, once again, and I'm sorry, but in dyslexia, names is one of the things that you can't get, and I'm very bad at it. I used to have someone behind me whispering names when I was an ambassador, so that I knew who the heck it was I was supposed to be meeting. So the names would be meaningless to me, I'm sorry to say.
If I told you that Azim Sula was the former general commander of the KLA and Sokol Bashoda was the former deputy commander, do you have any reason to dispute that?
Yes, now that you put them into context, those names are familiar.
Are you familiar with the names of the KLA operational zones?
I beg your pardon, the zones themselves or the zone commanders?
We'll start with the zones themselves.
I don't recall what they were called exactly, no.
You mentioned a couple of them in paragraph 83 of your statement. I don't know if we need to put it on the screen, but the sentence was, Remy and Ramush, zonal commanders of Pristina and the Eastern Zone, remained loyal, but were hardliners. Did you understand the Pristina and the Eastern Zone to be the names that the KLA gave to two of its zones?
I think that's taken from a briefing to General Clark, and the terminology I was using was the terminology used by NATO.
So do you know the terminology that the KLA used when describing its own zones?
I don't recall what it was.
Now, you mentioned that Ramush was the zonal commander of the Eastern Zone. I take it, was the Eastern Zone in the eastern part of the country?
I think there may have been an error there in either when I wrote the brief or in my later recollection.
Okay, so if I put it to you that Ramush Haradinaj was the head of what was called the Dukajini Zone, and that's in the western part of Kosovo, do you have any reason to dispute that?
You are correct, yes.
I now want to talk about the undertaking starting, I guess, in big picture terms. A key challenge when drafting the undertaking was concerns over a renewed Serbian offensive. That's right, isn't it?
No. We had a military technical agreement with the Serbs. The undertaking is focused on the part that's missing in the jigsaw, which is our ability to deal with the Kosovo Liberation Army. We had no mechanism in which to engage with them, and the risk was they would become insurgents against us.
If we could now go to paragraph 32 of the witness's statement, which is across DHT 11893 to DHT 11909. Now, witness, you asked to have your recollection refreshed with this page of the statement earlier today.
Mm-hmm.
You actually weren't shown that these key challenges continued onto the next page.
Mm-hmm.
If we could flip the page, you could see at point 7, Kosovars, this was a key challenge that Kosovars more widely were concerned over long-term risk of a renewed Serb offensive and the international community's willingness to protect them. That was a key challenge, wasn't it?
No, it was a key challenge, but you have to understand what that means. They were concerned that NATO would not protect them. They were equally concerned that UNSCR 1244 talks about return, and they read it to mean return of the Serbs. So that's a legitimate concern on their behalf, that the international community, which had mixed views on the Kosovar Albanians, very mixed views, and they had a UNSCR which talks about return, they were concerned that NATO might pull out and they would be subject to a renewed Serb offensive. As a result of that concern, they might be resistant to doing an agreement to demilitarize. I hope that explains what that sentence is trying to say.
I think so. And from the KLA side, in the undertaking was also supposed to deter KLA reprisals for any UNSC 1244 violations.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. I heard you.
Yes, sorry, I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon.
Yes, and so just one more time clearly on the record, I'll ask the question again. The undertaking was also supposed to deter KLA reprisals for any UNSC 1244 violations.
Can I just ask you what violations you have because that's a very vague term, any violations. What violations in particular are you concerned about? And do you feel that the undertaking was related to?
Why don't we just go to the undertaking itself?
By all means.
So P1444, paragraph 11. You see there in the middle of the screen, the UCK agrees not to conduct any reprisals, counterattacks, or any unilateral actions in response to violations of the UNSCR 1244 and other extant agreements relating to Kosovo. This in no way denies the right of self-defense. This was something that you've included in the undertaking, yes?
Yes, that's right. And what it means, we're talking about actions in response to violations in UNSCR 1244. What we're talking about is Serb violations. That's what we're talking about. So the first part of the sentence is about not to conduct reprisals, counterattacks. That's their action. The second part of the sentence is any unilateral actions in response to violations. So that's a reaction to Serb violations of the UNSCR 1244. Is that clearer, I think?
I follow. Thank
Yeah.
you. And you were talking about, in your evidence earlier today, about General Jackson's concerns. You were in agreement with General Jackson that the lack of a demilitarization plan as KFOR deployed was a serious problem.
Very serious problem.
And you were talking about the speed of everything. The push was to get the undertaking finalized by 21 June 1999, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So the final discussions with the KLA in these negotiations were particularly sensitive due to time pressure, right?
Very much so.
Witness, please
I
give
beg
a
your
slight pause before you
Yes,
answer.
I do apologize.
Witness, when you were negotiating the undertaking, you negotiated only with the KLA.
Yes.
And you said in your statement and again in court today that this was a military-to-military agreement, but with a lot of political connotations as well.
That's correct.
And your concern was that the functions of the KLA's military arm and political wing were commingled at this time, correct?
It's not a term I would use. It was part of, I had the word in my mind just a second ago. They were not commingled, it was an architecture. So not a hierarchical architecture, but an architecture in which there was a political wing, and in the same architecture was a military wing, and you've referred me earlier to a police and intelligence wing. So there are at least three elements to that architecture of what the KLA was, and it's not a pyramid. It's like a network, if you want. That's the way that I viewed it.
I didn't ask how it was hierarchically structured. They needed to be divided, these political and military functions.
I beg your pardon. Yes, you're quite right. We needed to break the links, however they were, between those three elements.
Witness, you discussed how Hashim Thaçi represented the KLA in these undertaking negotiations. What mattered to you at the time was that the person signing the undertaking had the apparent authority to sign it. Is that right?
I believe I explained it in slightly more detail than that, the undertaking itself creates a series of drivers which motivates people to do things. And those people are zone commanders, in particular, Ajim Cheku, and that once we had that driver in place, which meant they bought into it, they negotiated it with us, they were honor bound, and I use the term advisedly, to abide by it. After that, you need to formalize it. And if they chose to have Hashim Thaçi as the signature, that was okay with us. But the real reality of the undertaking is it creates that momentum. So it's a slightly more complex than you were implying, if I may.
I follow, I think, but just to make sure I do, if we can go to paragraph 59 of your statement.
Mm-hmm.
And so it says on the bottom, what was important was that the person signing had the apparent authority, either delegated, for example, in diplomatic, and then it continues on the next page. For example, in diplomatic terms, this would be plenipotentiary powers, or by nature of their position to sign a binding agreement. This is what was important.
The key word is apparent. The appearance of authority for the formal document which was going to be handed over. What the undertaking did is what I've just explained.
And you were satisfied that Hashim Thaçi had sufficient stature to sign this document on behalf of the whole KLA.
It was their request. It was their undertaking. I was not going to contest that if they wished Hashim Thaçi to be the personification of the KLA and sign, that was okay.
Now, before going into the undertaking negotiations more specifically, I did want to focus on just one part of your drafting process. So you talked earlier about the Lancaster House Agreement and Rambouillet and the MTA all being models for the drafting of the undertaking.
That's correct.
Were there any provisions on the protection of civilians that you borrowed from any of the model documents when drafting?
I really can't recall. It was done very fast, and I would have to look at the documents again to say that came from here, that came from there. It's a very complex drafting process, and it was done at immense speed. I mean, I have subsequently done negotiations of major conventions such as cluster munitions and arms trade treaty, which take months. We did this in a week. So, you'd have to bear with me and I have to go back and look at the documents.
I understand that. There's one particular provision in the undertaking I was interested in, and maybe we can go to that. So P1444, page 078200, and this will be paragraph 10D of the undertaking. And we'll just wait a moment for it to appear on the screen. It says at the beginning of 10, the UCK undertakes and agrees in particular, and then if we can go to the next page, not to attack, detain, or intimidate any civilians in Kosovo, nor shall they attack, confiscate, or violate the property of civilians in Kosovo.
Mm-hmm.
What was the origin of that?
It's very difficult to say after so long. I can't recall similar language in the Lancaster House. It may well be there. There was a similar situation of a guerrilla army coming in from, in that case, the bush rather than the mountains. And there was the risk of attack to civilians. Whether it was also, there was also the problem which was going to be apparent and became apparent, as we've seen earlier today, was that there would be a very uncertain situation, and the forces of the civil power, in this case UNMIC, would not be strong enough to prevent any such revenge attacks or things that we've talked about, and therefore, it was common sense to make sure that we got an undertaking from the KLA that they were not going to be part of this, that they were going to refrain from what happened afterwards. And as I've said before, I, as a French national, am very well aware of what happened post-liberation. So I would be aware of the risk that such revenge attacks would happen. So I can't give you a simple answer as to where that came from without further research.
Yes, and to at least spare that further research, if I put it to you that this language of attacking and intimidating civilians doesn't appear in the Lancaster House Agreement, the Rambouillet Accords, or the MTA. Do you have any reason to dispute that?
If you've done the research, I'll take your word for it.
Now, witness, I would like to go now to the meetings that you have. We'll start with the meetings on the 14th and 15th of June, 1999.
Yeah.
And I understand you met with Agim Cheku both days.
Yes.
In those meetings, was there anyone else from the KLA side with Agim Cheku? Do you remember?
There was a man called Haliti.
Do you remember Haliti's first name?
Havit.
Zavit Haliti. And who from the international side was there besides yourself?
It varied. On the first day, I believe, from the international community, there was a representative of US KDOM on the first day, and on the second day, there was also a representative of US KDOM and a US representative as well.
And in addition to the evidence you already provided earlier today on your discussions with Agim Cheku, at one point on 15 June, Agim Cheku asked that the undertaking should be in the KLA's name. Is that right?
I believe that's correct, because I think the original draft said armed forces, and the title was changed and that wording was changed. I mean, I could refer to my notes at the time, but you're asking me here, and that's roughly my recollection.
We'll get back to that in a little bit, maybe tomorrow. On the 17th of June, as I understand from your evidence earlier today, this was the meeting with the zone commanders.
That's correct.
But you also talked about there being a political wing presence at this same meeting.
Yes.
And you said Hashim Thaçi wasn't there.
He was not.
Do you know where he was? You were told he was not available.
On the 17th, on the 18th, he was definitely in Ljubljana. And I think he was there on the 17th as well.
If we could pull up on the screen 1D 339-ET. Now, witness, this is going to be a media report that comes on the screen. It goes to a video that's in Albanian, so I'll spare you that, and we'll just show the English transcript.
Thank you.
You can see
17th, yes.
Yes, Hashim Thaçi and Padeli Maiko in Macedonia. Then you see 17/06/1999, Albanian radio and television. And it begins, moderator, after his meetings with the highest Macedonian officials, Prime Minister Padeli Maiko traveled to Tetova, where hundreds of Albanians gathered to welcome him. First at the premises of Tetova municipality, the chief of the Albanian government, Padeli Maiko, met with the president of the Kosovo Provisional Government, Hashim Thaçi, with whom he had a long tete-a-tete meeting. Did you know that on 17 June 1999, Hashim Thaçi was meeting with high-level officials in Macedonia and the Albanian prime minister?
Hang on. This is taking place in Albania, in Macedonia, isn't it? The 17th. So this is, he met them at Tetovo. Yes, I did. Well, I knew he was definitely there on the 18th, but as I said, I couldn't be sure whether it was on the 17th as well.
But did you know that he wasn't with you on the 17th because he was meeting a prime minister?
No.
I'd now like to show you a notebook that we have that's in evidence. If 3910 can be put on the screen, and specifically page SPOE 002294442. Now, just for context, this is something that we found in Jakub Krasnici's residence, and there's a page of notes on it that I wanted to show you. And it's here. And actually, I don't think we need the original Albanian because the witness will only look at the English, and then we can make the English bigger. Witness, I'd just like to give you a moment to familiarize yourself with the contents of the page, and we may need to scroll down to capture, yes, there. Thank you.
Your Honour, whilst that's being read, we would like to see the original Albanian in this case to be able to check what's written, please.
It's P3910. I don't see the value in the witness having it. We don't have strong feelings.
Pull it up.
Witness, that made the font smaller, but please just focus on the right side of the screen. When you're familiar, my question is going to be, are these topics raised during the 17 June 1999 meeting?
Some of them.
We'll focus on a few. I still recommend the document to be titled, do you see that?
Yes.
The undertaking of the KLA demilitarization. This shows you are doing this with your own choice. Witness, was it stressed to the KLA on 17 June that it would be good if it was clear that the undertaking came from them?
It was made very clear to them that this had to be a unilateral undertaking.
What is here under point 4, within 90 days, all KLA forces will finish the demilitarization of the KLA. Was this 90-day deadline discussed in the 17 June 1999 meeting?
Yes, it was their request.
Under point 5, aren't these the same points, the political points, you said the KLA demanded at this meeting, and which become paragraph 25 of the undertaking?
This is indeed a reiteration of what Krasniqi had said publicly in a statement, which I did see, which is calling for, that's the basis of what became paragraph 25.
And for point 2, where it says it will be changed, change word Kosovo at KLA, this will be throughout the text. If I put it to you that it said Kosovo Albanian forces in an earlier draft, does that refresh your recollection?
I think that's right, yes. Yes, indeed. Now you say it, I think that was the original title, Kosovo Albanian forces.
And the KLA insisted that it be changed to KLA
They
throughout.
requested it because they didn't insist, and we were quite happy to do that.
Okay. You spoke about Ramush Haradinaj being there on 17 June 1999. Yes?
Yes, indeed.
And you, did he stay throughout the entirety of the entire duration of the negotiations?
Well, the negotiations in Kosovo only took place on the 17th in the evening, and then the 19th through the whole day. He was, as far as I can recall, he was there the entire time. We
have an interview of Ramush Haradinaj in a book that I would like to show you.
Famous book, yes.
So if we could go to SPOE 000-53072 to 000-53085/ET, and it'll be on page SPOE 000-53082, and it's columns, but it's on the left side of the page.
I know it's irregular, but you didn't ask me what wasn't in there, and there's one glaring example of what wasn't in there.
Go ahead.
the general staff and the command structure of the KLA. That was never discussed, did not come up.
But all of the other topics that we listed,
The
they are
ones-
all topics you recall from this discussions on the 17th of June.
The ones that you have asked me about, yes.
Now, to focus on the left side of the page here, the interviewer asks Ramesh Haradinai, let us now talk about the procedure for reaching an agreement on the transformation of the KLA. Answer. The first meetings on the transformation of the KLA were also held in Berisha. I recall a meeting in which John Riff, it says, a senior NATO commander who had come from Albania under extraordinary pressure, demanded that we accept an agreement to demilitarize within the first 30 days. This meant handing over our weapons and our uniforms within 30 days and returning home. He's then asked another question, and then in the next answer, he adds, the first challenge was that the discussions focused on the disarmament of armed groups. Jakub Krasniqi reacted very well. He demanded that there be no talk about the transformation agreement. He demanded there be no talk about the disarmament of Albanian armed groups, but rather about the Kosovo Liberation Army, because it was about an army. Of course, the reaction of Jakub Krasniqi was supported by all of us. So this meeting with John Riff, the transformation agreement, where is this consistent with your recollection of the 17th of June?
It's a perception from the Albanian side, Kosovo Albanian side, of what we were discussing on the 17th of June. The 30 days, I don't recall that we actually had in the first draft 30 days. It strikes me as an unrealistic date to do. To disarm an army of 20,000 people in 30 days seems ambitious, but I could be wrong there. The question of Albanian armed groups was my sloppy drafting at the beginning. When I drafted it, I put in a title which was about Albanian armed groups, and they said we want to be a proper title of the Kosovo Liberation Army. And since we were talking to the KLA, we agreed and said, we'll be precise in our language here. We're not talking about unnamed Albanian armed groups. We're talking about you call yourselves the Kosovo Liberation Army. It's your undertaking. We're happy for you to put it in there. He is saying it's because it's about an army with all he implies in all that. That is not the way we saw it. It's his perception.
And then just below that, in the question, who was at that meeting, Ramesh Haradinai responds, all zone commanders and the political directorate of the KLA General Staff attended the meeting. Though Hashim Thaçi was absent, he was not at this meeting. As far as I know, he was in Skopje that day meeting with James Rubin in an attempt to advance these talks. And you've said in your evidence earlier today that Hashim Thaçi was not there on the 17th, and there were political representatives.
That's
correct?
That's correct.
Now, this reaction of Jakub Krasniqi about the Albanian armed groups, where you were just commenting on the drafting, do you remember Jakub Krasniqi making this intervention?
Yes.
Now, you were shown a video of these developments, and I think we won't be able to show parts of the video until tomorrow because we're almost out of time. But just to start the topic, you were shown footage of the banquet that followed the negotiations. You remember this from your evidence earlier today. And you were talking about how this was a very important part of negotiations in the Balkans, and it was pretty much the same people. Were the people you considered to be the most important all at that banquet?
I think it was a more restrictive group of people than were actually in the room, because there are, as you see from the video, there were a lot of people in the room. It was a more restrictive group. I think Ramush was there. I think Remy was there. There were around about roughly 12 people around the table, maybe a bit more, maybe 14. But there were considerably more people in the negotiations. How they were chosen, I couldn't tell you.
Okay. Now, Your Honors, I note the time. We could stop for the day here.
Do not speak to anyone outside the courtroom about your testimony. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you for being with us today.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Ellis.
Your Honour, I just wanted to ask for tomorrow that where documents are originally in Albanian or where there's an Albanian translation, it would assist if that could be displayed on the screen as well, for the benefit of Mr. Krasniqi, who does not speak or read English.
Thank you. That can be done.
We can, Your Honor.
Yeah. So we'll see you tomorrow morning. We're adjourned until 9 a.m.
All rise.